Okay, good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Symposium 1. How can you innovate psychosocial rehabilitation in the community during and after COVID-19? In this symposium, we just have two speakers, Dr. Yvonne Kiang from Singapore and me. So the first speaker will be Ms. Yvonne Kiang from Singapore. And she is the deputy, the center director, service of Singapore Anglican Community Services. So she is a specialist in community care and psychosocial rehabilitation in many districts of Singapore. So would you please give us the presentation, Ms. Yvonne Kiang?
Sure. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yvonne from Singapore Anglican Community Services, SACS. It is my pleasure to share on creating recovery-oriented culture in SACS. First of all, let me share briefly on the mental health landscape of Singapore. The major depressive disorder, alcohol abuse, and obsessive-compulsive disorder are the top 3 mental disorders in Singapore. MDD was the most common, with 1 in every 16 people in Singapore having had the condition at some point in their lifetime, while alcohol abuse and OCD affected 1 in 24 and 1 in 28 people respectively. According to the Singapore Mental Health Study 2016, 1 in 7 people has actually experienced a mood, anxiety, or alcohol use disorder in their lifetime. 1 in 43 people had a diagnosis of the schizophrenia or psychotic disorders in their lifetime, and 1 in 13 adults had thought of suicide at some point in their lives. Next, I'd like to give a short introduction to Singapore Anglican Community Services, SACS. The mission of SACS is to support persons with mental health condition in their recovery and improve their quality of life. SACS Psychiatric Service provides a seamless continuum of the psychiatric rehabilitation service, which includes residential and day rehabilitation, community rehabilitation, psychiatric shelter home, and integrated employment services, serving about 2,000 persons with mental health conditions annually. The support from National Council of Singapore and implementing recovery through organizational change (IMROC) is integral for SACS to embark on this journey of creating recovery culture in the centres. With a desire to help persons with mental health condition develop a purposeful life as well as personal identity in spite of their challenges, SACS Psychiatric Services form a recovery-oriented culture work group comprising of 7 staff and 1 representing each centre and service. Known as recovery champions, they promote a culture of recovery in the centres through coaching and partnership between members and staff, emphasizing on values such as choice, hope, social inclusion, and community participation. And each recovery champion is a catalyst to create and promote a culture of recovery by implementing recovery strategies in his centre. The sessions with the IMROC consultants has helped the recovery champions understand their roles and also the ways that we can support a change in culture in our organisation. On 17 July 2019, 20 SACS staff attended the workshop on recovery-oriented practice conducted by the recovery champions. And recovery-oriented culture is person-centric, and it focuses on helping individuals to build and develop his or her personal identity and self-confidence, as well as empowering them to lead a purposeful and fulfilling life. Recovery-oriented environments goes beyond the physical setting It involves the mindset change of staff working with members and having peer support specialists as partners in the work. It relates to the use of language, the principles which undergird the staff's orientation in working with members, caregivers, and stakeholders. It is indeed a culture on practice. Initiating co-creation of a recovery-oriented environment is one of the strategies to cultivate a recovery-oriented culture in SACS. About 200 SACS staff and members participate in co-creation projects to transform the center's environment, decorating them with inspiring and recovery-oriented messages and art pieces. The Tree of Joy, a decorative wall in one of the residential facilities, highlights the importance of a support system. Just as fruits need sunlight, water, and a solid foundations to grow, our members require support from our services, staff, and their family to lead a fruitful and productive life. Since May 2019, the Recovery Champions have implemented several recovery strategies to achieve their visions, including co-creation of recovery environments within the centers, recovery messages, and quizzes through monthly emails, songwriting competitions, and also the writing contest on the recovery co-created by staff and members. Kindness Project is another co-creation project where members and staff make cards to extend their heartfelt appreciation to the frontline healthcare workers. Patiently, they spend about 2 months making thank you cards and get well cards, and these little acts of kindness have bound the members together. Members and staff were happy that the cards have put smiles on the faces of these unsung heroes who have given selflessly during the pandemic. Next, I'd like to share on Work Integrated Skills Training WITS, a program conducted by Integrated Employment Services of SACS. It aims to equip members with skills required to achieve sustained employment. So WITS is a structured vocational training that focuses on Wellness Recovery Action Plan, WRAP, personal effectiveness, and employability skills. So here are some of those modules that they conducted. To make the program more person-centric and conducive for recovery, lessons were co-created and co-conducted by IES, rehabilitation counselors, and peer support workers, and individuals who wish to contribute based on their lived experiences. Now, I would like to show you a video testimony of a SACS staff and members.
In the beginning, some of our members were hesitant to be involved in the recovery-oriented projects. It took a while for members to understand the positive impact of creating a recovery-oriented culture, especially in the area of recovery language.
The recovery-oriented culture enables both staff and members to co-create things and work on projects together. One example is the co-creation of recovery environment. With vibrant colors and splendid works on display, it facilitates co-creation and improves the general mood of both staff, residential members, and day rehab members coming to the center.
Members are empowered with certain duties that facilitate both responsibility and confidence. For example, members head out together in a small group with a staff for grocery shopping and are given the autonomy to manage their expenses. These develop their confidence to be independent and also improve in their money management. Members are also included in discussion and decision-making during our monthly community meeting. The inclusivity of both members and staff allow better communication and cooperation. Many members have feedback that they felt involved as their voices and ideas are heard and acknowledged. Like a community, we celebrate the successes of one another. For example, when a member achieves something, we also share their successes in a way and vice versa. The recovery-oriented culture facilitated the holistic development of sensitivity and respect for each individual, especially for their values, beliefs, and culture. This also reduced the stigma of mental illness, and better cooperation has been fostered through mutual respect and understanding.
我来重sinh之后呢，我觉得这边有很多地方跟别的地方不一样啊，他们真的是用真心去对待我们这些 member 的啊，学到怎么自立啊，怎么去一个人去买菜啊，还有在这个中心里面有在打扫，还可以唱歌啦，所以我觉得很开心哦，在这边。
Did a flower arrangement workshop where the members learn new skills to arrange flowers and design unique flower pots. Cards with inspiring messages were made by members using the recovery language and were placed in the flower pots. As part of our co-creation efforts, members and staff learned the necessary skills to recycle soap bars into new ones to give to the less fortunate. Members will also design their own cards to share messages of hope to these beneficiaries during this pandemic.
有一些运动啊 ，Pink Gym MTV 啊，有一点东西学咯。唱歌啊，不要给自己闪回以前不好的想法，像以前我失败了就忘记掉以前过去的事情，我就不要再提。现在就是想学会新的东西，有新的想法，没听的忘记过去咯。可能以前我工作被开除啊，觉得我以前所失败了，好像跟以前有点变化。我好像成绩好像满分，好像有点进步了，进多一步的训练。看我以前到未来，如果我不断的努力，我的麦好像 open， 会有一点想法不一样，因为我已经长大，我又需要懂得怎么样好的事情就做，不好的就不要做，就这样。
We promote a recovery-oriented culture to support our members in their recovery journey. Members and staff at the center co-create a recovery environment through various ways, such as speech, conduct, and activities to bring a positive impact to members' life. We focus on our members' strengths and emphasize on values such as hope, social inclusion, and community participation. This creates opportunities for members to discover and utilize their talents. For example, members and staff share their testimony and experiences, showcase their craft and creativity, and share inspiring quotes in our Clubhouse newsletter.
Members were involved as part of celebration committees, for example, making suggestions for choice of food, games, goodie bags, and co-facilitating events. Despite being a challenging period, the COVID-19 pandemic also brought out the best in some of our members. Some members volunteered to show masks and create the crossword puzzle for their peers. Conducting programs in person became a challenge, so we took a step to move to online platforms such as Zoom or Google Meet. Some members volunteered to lead and provide training, such as learning how to use handphone, messaging app, and computer skills. This member further supported our staff to resume our programs that are now conducted online. All in all, from this, we can see that members' contributions are valued and accepted in the service they receive. This is a powerful tool for their recovery.
After coming here, I know it's like my dream is coming true like that. Because I had a lot of dreams, but it didn't come through. Every time I was like being pulled back. But after coming here, there's no more pulling back. It's like every time, even if I take one step, at least I managed to take that one step and go forward, not backward. Communities, I felt very proud. I had more confidence that I can do this also. I can plan things, and I didn't know that I had this ability until I tried. Sometimes I will tell my peers over here how to overcome all this. They will ask me sometimes advice, I will just tell them motivating how my counselors motivated me, the same I'm giving back to them. My dreams is at least 80% have come through, just like that. So there's still 20% more, and I know I can do it, I will do it also. with the help of course, the center, and of course, I will give whatever experience I had, I will try to tell my peers also.
Next, I'd like to share on SACS recovery strategies in 2022, which includes raising at least 6 recovery champions in each center. We like to implement at least 2 new recovery-oriented strategies per center, as well as implement at least 2 recovery-oriented combined events across the SACS centers. And for the ongoing training for staff to learn more about recovery-oriented practice. And lastly, we hope to see 100 staff participate in the monthly recovery quiz in 2022. I'd like to close by sharing this poem written by a SACS member. The second paragraph says that life may have its challenging seasons, but the hope and love that we reflect can shine like cheerful summer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the audience. So it's my pleasure to present to you the strategy to provide mental health services for the isolated people with mental illness. So during my presentation, I will explain to you the community mental health history of Korea and also WHO Western Pacific region strategy to deal with the COVID-19 and other the strategies. Next, please. Next slide, please. So the Mental Health Act of Korea was enacted in 1995. So with this Mental Health Act, government got to have started the psychosocial rehabilitation of the people with chronic mental illness. And also there are articles to respect human rights, and then the institutionalization process was started using this Mental Health Act. So we can start the community-based rehabilitation services in the local community mental health centers and social rehabilitation centers. Next, please. Yeah, you can see the first community mental health center at Gangnam District in the city of Seoul since 1995. So you can see the arrow. That means on the 4th floor, the first community mental health center was started its services for the poor people in the town. Next, please. So this is another local community mental health centers in the near from city of Seoul. It started inside the public health office. So the public health the services are integrated with the community mental health center in the beginning of the community mental health program. Next, please. So governments and the local city invest more money to establish the community mental health centers and community psychiatric rehabilitation centers and addiction management centers. So you can see the increasing number of these centers year by year. Next, please. Yes, this is the picture of the local city community mental health centers located in the public health center. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, this is the picture of addiction management center in the local city, and then it is the center for the managing the alcohol and substance use disorder, or the internet, the gaming disorder, and other the drug dependencies in the community level. Next, please. And in the year of 2005, the city of Seoul established the Seoul Metropolitan Mental Health Center, and this Metropolitan Mental Health Center is managing 25 local community mental health centers in every district of Seoul right now. Next, please. So you can see the halfway house operated by Seoul City. In this halfway house, usually the discharged women, the mentally ill patients are staying for up to 6 months in this halfway house, and then after finishing their adjustment program in the community, they can move to the small the residential houses. So all budgets are totally from the city of Seoul. Next, please. So in the year of 2016, at last, the Seoul National Mental Hospital converted to the National Center for Mental Health. So it's the control tower for all the metropolitan mental health center and the local community mental health center right now. Next, please. So this is the typical case management system in the community mental health center. So usually the case management services are providing for the severely mentally ill patients. Yeah, so after counseling with the mental health professionals, a patient can be registered to the case management system. And there are many levels of care in the case management system. So in case of suicide attempt, it's a crisis, the case. And then usually the case managers are maintaining these case management services for more than 6 months. And then after that, there will be a discussion about the inclusion or exclusion of these cases. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, so after establishment of Mental Health Act in 1995, we amended the Mental Health Act into the Mental Health Promotion and Welfare Support Act in the year of 2016. And so in this act, we are emphasize the psychosocial rehabilitation for the functionally disabled mentally ill patients. And also this amended act described about the mental health promotion for the general population, just like in this COVID-19, we can provide the psychological support for the infected or in the community level. And also, it strengthens the involuntary admission process to promote the human right of the patient, and then maybe they can decide their own discharge or admission to the mental hospital. And also this amended act describes the welfare services for the mentally ill patient and also for their family members. Next, please. So after this amended the Mental Health Act, we can see the involuntary admission cases are decreasing and voluntary admission is increasing. I think the decision making by the patients themselves are very important regarding the human rights aspect. Next, please. Yes, even though we amended the Mental Health Act, but there are very tragic homicide by the isolated and then the unmanaged and untreated mentally ill patients in the community. So on the right column, you can see the photo of a psychiatrist who was killed by his patients in his office. So next, please. So the government provide the strict management system for the patients who are very isolated and then untreated by the community treatment order since 2019. So the government would like to balancing the human right and social safety. So I think the community care is very important to taking care of the patient who discharged from the hospital. And also the emergency psychiatric care system is the mandated to treat the patients in the community very rapidly. And also as Yvonne mentioned, the peer support system or family support training or education system is very important to taking care of the mental health of the the consumer and the family themselves. Next, please. Yes, these slides show the psychiatric emergency care system in Korea. So the 911 and then the policemen and the community mental health centers, the workers, they should work together to treat the very high risk, the mentally ill patients in the community. Next, please. But the COVID-19 changed everything. It's a very tragic in the human history. Next, please. So the World Health Organization Western Pacific region provide these slides. So these slides show the significant impact of COVID-19 on the mental health of general public. So you can see the high level of stress and increased symptom of mental disorders in general population. So in case of Australia, 1 in 4 experiencing mild to moderate depression or anxiety, and it's the same for every countries in Asia right now. Next, please. So this slide shows the impact for the young people across the age spectrum. So many evidence show that the mental health and the well-being of young people has been negatively affected by pandemic effects. So on the right, the graph shows you that the correlation of the weeks of school closure and the negative feeling reported by children. So we must taking care of the preschool or primary or second school students to reduce their anxiety and depressed symptoms. But unfortunately, we can see the increasing number of youth suicide in Japan and Korea. So it's a very tragic by the COVID-19. Next, please. Next, please. And another, the vulnerable, the population is the parents who are taking care of their children in their home. So in this case, the caregivers usually is the mother is suffering from the very high level of distress and anxiety. So it's a big burden to taking care of the children in the homeschooling the state. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, so this slide shows the inequity in the woman's mental health is already existed, but amplified by COVID-19. So the woman earned less and save less the secure jobs and more likely to be employed in the frontline services and then informed sectors. So women women's undertake disproportionate amounts of unpaid care and domestic work. So it's a real burden for them, and then it's a hazard for their mental health. Next, please. But the COVID-19 may give us the opportunity to highlight the long-standing inequality in the outcome brought by the socio-economic and the environmental determinants of mental health. So we should think about the beyond the mental health sector. We must taking care of the job security or the social support or the reduce the burden of care of the women in the community. So that's the very important for the mental health of the general population. Next, please. So the WHO Western Pacific region has the expert consultation meeting this July. Next, please. And the experts mentioned about the number 2, the clearly identify the vulnerable and the marginalized groups. I think the chronic mentally ill patients who are not provided any contact, the community services are really a dangerous situation. And also, number 6, you can see the recommendation of using the IT technology or digital mental health services to maximize the mental health in the community setting. Next, please. So in Korea, we can see the shutdown of many offline restaurants, and then we can use the more food delivery services in our home. So in my cases, my son ordered many delivery food. So we are enjoying the food in our home right now rather than go to the restaurant because of COVID-19 infection. Next, please. Yeah, so because of COVID-19, the face-to-face, the meeting or face-to-face community mental health services are shut down. And then this is the really tragic the situation. Next, please. Next, please. So I think in the COVID-19, the telemental health, and then also the case management by telephone is the new norm for the community care. Next, please. So as you know, the Stanford University in the United States also already developed the U-Bot. It's a depression treatment chatbot. And also the University of Southern California in the United States developed the virtual therapist Ellie. So we are using many IT technology for the psychiatric care right now. Next, please. Yeah. Also, there are many artificial intelligence adopted the virtual reality based the cognitive behavior therapy program, and then there are many chatbot or the robot who recognize the emotion of the consumers right now. Next, please. Yeah, so regarding the technology, we can develop more the artificial intelligence or other using the IT technology, we can develop the untapped mental health services right now. Next, please. Yeah, so in Korea, after COVID-19 pandemic, many community mental health centers developed the application, such as the mobile application for the cognitive behavioral therapy, and also mindfulness-based the application to reduce the anxiety or stress, or to deal with the addiction problems of the patient in the community. Next, please. Yeah, one community mental health center already developed the rocket prescription for mental health. So the registered the members complaining about the extreme stress or depressed emotion, and then the staff in the community mental health centers prescribed maybe the supported psychotherapy or alternative the behavioral mission, such as the meditation, leisure, traveling, exercise, and then if the members are following the recommendation by the mental health professionals, maybe the the centers will give some token to the members, such as the food bath product, vitamin, or stress ball. So this reward is the gift for the members in the community level. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, and as I mentioned, the children and adolescents are the vulnerable population. So one community mental health centers developed a WISE Mind Cafe Care Life or WISE Mind Care Life application to deal with the mental health problem of the ADHD children or depressed children. So you can see the photo of the emotional check or other artistic activities, drawing, paper art, the food World Cup. That means the selection of the food and then the cooking the food together and some the presentation after that. So that kinds of the activity is very important to reduce the stress and anxiety among the children and adolescents who cannot come to the school during the COVID-19. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. And also, yeah, but that's okay. So the local community mental health centers developed many applications to reduce the depression and anxiety. Next, please. So these kinds of the online case management program for the people with severe mental illness is very important for the community care during this long-lasting the COVID-19 pandemic era. Next, please. Yeah. So this the picture showed you the how can we exercise in every day life. So the registered members who cannot come to the community mental health centers, they can exercise to see these photos provided by local community mental health center. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, but there is the limitation of the tele mental health services. So there are many patients who cannot the smartphone technically. So it's a digital or vulnerable class, and then there are very severe the relapse of the symptoms, so need some emergency admission. So it's very hard to admit the patients during this COVID-19 era. So the government provide a special mental hospital for the COVID-19 the patient in the community, but the patient bed is very limited, so it's very hard to admit the patient involuntarily. Next, please. Next, please. So in the future, we should develop some education for the mental health workers about the UNTACT, the mental health service provision. So we need the new skill to build the therapeutic alliance via online communication with the patient in the community, and then we need more support for the digitally vulnerable the patient group, financially or technology. We should provide some education session for them to acquire the skills to use their smartphone or application for their the online services. Next, please. Next, please. So in conclusion, I think all the psychosocial approaches in the community was stopped by COVID-19. And I think in case of Korea, Mental Health Act and the government policy should contribute to improve the patient right and develop advanced community care for the isolated and vulnerable patients. The mental health prevention and the care of high-risk patients in the community is an urgent issue right now. And we should identify the marginalized patient group as a consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic, and then we should provide more social support for them. And then we should use the technology and digital mental health services to maximize a patient use of these the community online services across all dimensions and interventions of mental health. Thank you for your listening. Thank you. Delayed the presentation because of some technical issue, but in this session we can see the Anglican the community services very advanced in Singapore. So we should learn more about the regional community mental health services in the COVID-19. But the new technology, we should develop the new online community mental health program because of the government policy of social distancing, and then we cannot come together to have a group work right now. So in the future, we must have the new modality to deal with the many issues with the members in the community. So thank you very much, Ms. Yvonne, to participate in this symposium, and then we hope to meet together in the future and discuss our new services and then solve the problem in the community together. Thank you very much, Ms. Yvonne.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Barbara D'Avanzo, and I work in Milan at the Mario Negri Institute for Pharmacological Research. I'm a member of the WAPR Italian branch of the board of the WAPR Italian branch, and I am editorial advisor of the bulletin. As such, I'm introducing this symposium, which was proposed with the aim to collect opinions, suggestions, and also commitments to contribute from the side of other members and branches. Let me try to share the screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Thank you. Fine. This symposium was conceived by four of us: Marit Borg, who is responsible of the bulletin, myself, Riccardo Guinea, and Michalis Labdas, who unfortunately cannot be here. So the bulletin has been around for several years, and now we have 47 issues. The 47th was just published, was just issued a few days ago. The point of the bulletin is informing, connecting, and disseminating ideas and principles and activities. So the aim was to collect feedback in order to have the bulletin to keep improving and remain culturally relevant to mental health and culturally and socially sensitive. This is the structure which will be of the which has got the bulletin at present, but this will be better explained by Marit. And I will go back to some difficulties in having the bulletin full of information and full of ideas as it actually is. So I leave the floor to Marit, and then to Riccardo, and then to other colleagues who can contribute. Please, Marit.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good, yes. My name is Marit Borg, and I come from Norway, and I've been involved in WAPR for many years, and or WHPR. And I'm a part of the Norwegian branch and also the editor of the bulletin. So briefly about the bulletin. At the moment, we publish twice annually. For some years back, we published 3 times annually, but then we decided to focus on quality of the content and ended up with doing it twice a year. And I think that is about the right amount for us in order to get material and get it published in a good way. And the bulletin is, of course, a very central for us as an organization when it comes to communication arenas and context, and especially with the pandemic situation, which is long-lasting, and the few opportunities to physical meetings. This is a way of general information and linking us together as a global organization. And when it comes to the content, our focus has been rather wide-spectred. First, we are concerned to present some theoretical updates when it comes to psychosocial rehabilitation in order to inspire and offer new ideas and different perspectives and understandings for discussion. So one area or one key line for us is the theoretical discussions. Another one is practice developments around the world to share key learnings in service change in the various countries and cultures and situations, and also share specific methods and way of supporting service change. And as I see, WHPR have always tried or be concerned with having a special attention to service user and family members' involvement, both when it comes to knowledge development and service development, and also to find ways of strengthening their positions and their voices in our organizations as well as in the local branches. And finally, we have been, or our idea has been to inspire each other around the world, share experiences through the reports of the branches, as Barbara also talked about. So just briefly about our how we see the situation and have experienced the different sections. A very encouraging thing we think is that colleagues write articles, and I think this is really inspiring because we are a bulletin and we are not a scientific peer-reviewed journal. So we think that this interest and positive attitude to write scientific or write papers shows some of the loyalty to and interest for organizations. So I think that is very positive. The reports from the branches is a challenge, and Barbara will get back to this. We introduced a new sort of columns a couple of years ago, which we called recent research and updates. And this also works very well because we have a dedicated co-editor who comes from Norway. So she's taking well care of this. So what we, as Barbara said, what we really would like to sort of use this opportunity to is to get some feedback on how we can develop the bulletin further and how we can be a sort of important or a supportive voice in the organization. So that was about what I was going to say, Barbara. So maybe you should talk a bit, or you can talk a bit about the branches.
Yes. Yes. Well, what we expect from national reports? Well, we expected national reports to be a core, one of the core parts of the bulletin, since they could speak directly of what happens in the branches, but also in the countries. I have to say that some of the most interesting reports actually mirrored the issues related to mental health care, and not only to mental health care, but to the social situations in the countries where the branches are present and work. So we are interested either in what the branches has done, what collaborations has started, what results has achieved, the new issues addressed, but also the issues, the challenges that the country is facing, like refugees, new or old laws, education, and the general situation which directly affects the life and the mental health of people. We need short reports, so we need. We do not need articles. We need something which is informative but easy and easy to be read. So we also ask to have a standard format which is very easy to adapt to, and this would also save some of our work without having people waste their time while writing the report. At each issue, with some time before, we ask all the branches and people in the boards at large to contribute with the reports from the branches, and we hardly have three, four reports when things go very well. So we would like to have you more aware of the value of the reports from the branches, on the necessity to have them, to have our connection, the connection of the bulletin with the branches stronger and more meaningful. And maybe we might have a schedule to organize the contribution from the branches to the issues, but this is of course open to opinions from the floor. Well, so maybe Riccardo, you have something to add. I'm sure you have it, and some suggestions also from this point of view. Thanks.
Okay, so I will share my views about the bulletin. Well, first of all, thank you very much for organizing this symposium. I apologize not being able to be in the preparations. I know I haven't been very present. I am very engaged in local issues recently, as I think everybody can understand. However, the bulletin, okay, I will share you part of the history of my personal history of the bulletin. You know, I took responsibility on the bulletin a lot of years ago, when the bulletin was just a very short document, started with our past president Sepp Taintor, you know. Then the bulletin, it was just about a few pages of notes, and sometime it was even difficult to have a printed copy, because when the bulletin started, there was not the big amount of electronic devices just to share this kind of stuff, you know. And well, the first thing I thought when I took the responsibility, much before being the Secretary General on all the positions, is that the bulletin should be important for our organization. It is important because, you know, how organizations do exist. It is a kind of ontological question, you know. Well, they exist sometimes. They exist in the registrations in the ministries of the countries. That is a very humble way existence. An organization exists in conference like this one, you know, in big or small conferences, but I realized that the organizations exist in their history and the history of the influence on the community of professionals and civil society, and I realized that first, WAPR should be very influential and has been very influential, I think, at least in my country. Very influential, because the ideas of WAPR that were work in our meetings here and there, and for instance, the recovery model that started somewhere. Here in Spain, everybody talks now, 25 years after the first time we mentioned that in our meetings of the recovery model. It is even in the official documents in the government. So now it will be proposed a new mental health law in Spain, that the recovery model is present in the law. So this idea has been very influential, and WPR has been very influential in this. And I always wonder about how this has happened. And this has happened because we have been very patient. We have had a number of successful meetings here and there. And there the bulletin, what is the role of the bulletin? I think the bulletin, that is, as we all know, it is very, very, very difficult to maintain, because of course it is very difficult to get articles because it is not a high impact journal of psychiatry or of other things. It is not a high impact. No, it is a collection of statements on testimonies and histories, and hopefully with some photos from here and there. But you mentioned we have already 47 issues. 47 issues is a lot of issues. It's a lot of work, a lot of work, and it is the history of WPR, and more importantly, is the history of some ideas and the history of some practices, and they exist in the files of the website, where now all these issues are in PDF format, and some people finds them, and some people goes for them, and some. So I think it is important. And I think I do think that the bulletin provides a lot of the identity of an organization. I mean, the style of the organization is reflected in the bulletin, in the publications. You know, the bulletin. I think the format that we have now, I think it is fresh, it is accessible. It is nice for the people. It is not hierarchical. It is not very academical. Sometimes it is, but most of the time it is not highly academical. It is friendly for the people. Everybody can read it. So it is short articles, not highly elaborated, because there are other places for that. And it is true that we have articles with academics. In the last issue, for instance, Larry Davidson, we have a call for the people to just to remind, oh, okay, here we are, and we have often first line articles for the bulletin or editorials, and so I think it contributes to the maintaining of the identity of an organization, and so I think we should be very proud of the work done, and of course it is. I know it is difficult to maintain it, but it is nice to see that the bulletin is continuing after my commitment with the bulletin. However, another reflection, because facing the future. How will an organization maintain its history and its identity? Well, now I realize that young professionals, and especially young professionals and particularly young people, are very engaged with social networks. So how now, for instance, now in Spain, how does the people in the Spanish Federation share their opinions? Well, we have a journal, a humble journal in Spanish, and a lot of but young professionals prefer Instagram, Twitter, and all this kind of stuff. You know, but well, of course, it is. I think it is the world that is coming, the world of social networks. But I have some doubts about it, because, you know, for instance, let's take the example of Twitter. I feel, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel it is almost impossible to present a complete idea on Twitter. It is impossible. You only share a sentence. You only share a very brief statement. So, and how do we write the history of an organization with Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, or things like that? I think it is completely, I don't know, but I think the news disappear very quickly, and there is not a stable trace. So I think that the bulletin is still necessary. It is still a very good idea, and well, and I have. I have read the last issue, and I have to share my compliments to all the team, because it is a wonderful issue. I mean, it is Larry Davidson, it is some statements from here or there. I share with Barbara. It is very, very difficult to collect articles. Very, very difficult. But anyway, there they are. And when you look at 47 issues, you see the history of WPR. And I think it is worth to do it. That is my impression.
Thank you very much, Ricardo, for the encouraging messages and input for reflections. I agree with you about the use of social networks. Actually, Marit's idea was to have a symposium, including also discussion about the website. So this means addressing also the issues you are mentioning, how to communicate in general. So we might give some time to this. Might give some time to this issue, but definitely the bulletin as it is seems to be working, seems to be useful, and to be more and more appreciated since it has become it became a real bulletin under your leadership and your commitment. I have to say that articles sometimes are difficult to have, sometimes are not. So sometimes we really have 1-2 papers more that we cannot host in that issue. Marit, correct me if I'm wrong. And so we have 1 or 2 papers left for the next ones. What is difficult what is more difficult is to have short reports from the branches. This is really difficult. I have to say that there are 3-4 branches which are more present more than others, whereas others are quite difficult to reach and to have them contribute. This would be well, this is up to the branches, I think. Marit is quite good in persuading people to write papers, and she also prompts the branches to do the same with reports. But well, we should find some more. We should prompt more motivation from the branches to give messages, even when they have not been very active in that period, but they just have some reflection. They just make us aware of what happens in those countries.
Can I say something? Sorry.
Yes, sorry. Oh, sure. I see Gabriele has joined us. Thank you,
Yes.
Gabriele.
No, it was interesting to listen to you, Ricardo, and it made me think about 2 issues. One is the history of our organization. I mean, that lives particularly through the bulletin. So I mean, it would be really interesting at some point if somebody had time to go through the history and see some of the key developments and the tracks that seems to be important, and also the value of like a bulletin for the identity of an organization who is in continuous development. About the website, I think Michaelis has been sort of the key developer on that. So maybe we can have another meeting about the website particularly, because that can be developed and improved, I think. When it comes to to what I feel we should focus on onwards is really the reports and the contact with the different branches, because people write papers is very encouraging actually. So I don't think that is a problem, but to get more, some of the reports we get are often detailed sort of reports from concrete conferences where people write who talked about what, and that is not very interesting to read. We like you say, Barbara, we need to focus on key learnings, on what's going on, how people work with different aspects of psychosocial rehabilitation. So one issue to develop onwards is the reports. Another one we have discussed a bit is a more strategic use of the bulletin, which is much sort of closer to the priorities of the organization. I mean, we have you here now, Gabriel, and if we have certain key priorities, 2 or 3 key priorities, if I maybe associated to human rights, to quality rights, the bulletin could be a support in this key development. So that is also something we can think about. That was it. So maybe Gabriele wants to say something.
Morning to everybody. First of all, can do. I think every day, and this aspect I think is useful and important. The second, the scientific. That's, it's incredible the forms and the specific app, a lot of things about the possibility that people can use not only for the remote support, but also the instruments for therapy, for all the activities. but I thought that it should be useful that in our bulletin there it will be an article, but short, critical article about this new activity. This is the new psychiatry, for instance. Now every activity to become digital. I don't know, but this example, because I think that it's very important. If in real time, you can present some critical reflection, some critical contribution, short, also polemic, but about something that happened in the world of psychiatry. The third, also merit to said this thing that we need yes, the information from different countries, but also we have to help singular branch in their activity, and then not only information after their initiative is finished or is realized, but also during the implementation, and as a form of support, as a form of share the new activity, the new ideas, and the difficulties that each branch can find in everyday activity. These three directions. Thanks.
Thank you, Gabriele. Well, I think that I see someone and hand up, so I just will leave the word to the floor to this person. Well, Gabriele, thank you for these suggestions. Well, it's fine. The idea to have the bulletin support the initiatives from the branches is fine. This anyway requires communication from the branches. So we still have an issue of organization, of communication, of a format, a schedule, a way, a quite defined way to communicate and to get information from what is going on, what should be disseminated about new future initiative, next initiative in the countries, in individual countries and branches. You also invited the bulletin to be critical, to be more critical, well, I think that since we will have a new beginning, a new period under your presidence in a few months. This might be supported by your activity, by your messages, and the strategic use of the bulletin might be even more supported through your messages and initiatives and ideas. So let me have iPad 2 speak.
Yes.
Can you present yourself? Introduce
yes, I'm
yourself.
Germana Agnetti. I just want to say a little thing. Hi. To the use of technology and to the connection between branches, especially to be an attraction for younger professionals. So I think that the bulletin, I agree, had done a lot of progress, and it becomes a very good instrument in this moment. But anyway, I think that, for example, in order to connect, to attach to the bulletin with button in order to be easy. A button for YouTube in which a branch can put some of the conference. The conference that are, of course, in a language that is possible to understand, but not only that, because this could bring some alive things, and also a channel. A channel is Instagram channel is very important, because when you Meritborg said the reports between the branches sometimes are a little bit how to say, well, I don't remember the word in English. Anyway, it's not so much interest. That's true. But if you put on Instagram some photos of the conference and some just statement behind the photo, that could be more, how to say, appealing. So I think that if the bulletin also increasing some how to say, thoughtful writing, could add something very light and lively, will become more appealing and more updated. Instagram is very easy to do, so it's not a problem. I don't know with YouTube channel attached, but I think it's not difficult to do. And this could be a connection more lively between different branches. I finished.
Can I comment on that, Barbara? Yes. Yeah, no, I really agree. It's nice to see you, Germana. It's a long time.
Yeah.
So, and I agree. I agree with you about a stronger connection to social media, and we have discussed that in both when. Also when Murali was president, and we have discussed it briefly, Gabriella, because the challenge here is that we need a website and social media editor. Because this, if it's going to be an active and interesting website and social media place, particularly for young people, it has to be regularly updated. It has to be relevant. It has to be it's news. So I think these are great ideas, but we really need to find ways of having it's in a way a different activity. So we need an active website, because I think that attached to the website it's also Facebook and Twitter, but it's not used because nobody has really got the time to update it and keep it. Yeah. So this is this is something that we should plan for the new period, Gabriele. And we have discussed it briefly, because we need someone or a group on its own to make sure that we are more relevant, social media and website wise.
Yes. May I say something? But I think that if we do that, it's important that in every branch, there is one person that wants to put something, for example, on Instagram. It's very easy. It's very easy. It's not a problem, absolutely. I use Instagram because of my activity on art. I have an activity on art, and I use now Instagram, and it's very easy and not very much time consuming. It's just, I think that it's needed not to have one person with Gabriele, of course, also that perhaps, but to make appealing for every branch that put something of any of every initiative they do, and it's not really time consuming. It's just a mentality change, a mental change that is not difficult, in my opinion. For Instagram, YouTube is different.
Thank you, Germana. Yes, this might be the way. So we have to achieve this change in mentality and availability from the branches, which is not immediate. Anyway, this might be the way to have more direct and rapid connection with the branches. Have them inform the central, let's say central WAPR, of what happens in the countries and the branches as suggested by Gabriele, and might be a way, might be a means to do that. Surely we have to reflect about how to do that, what resources we have, because we cannot do that without resources. Gabriele, maybe you were going to add something. I don't know. It's Gabriele. Do you want to add something? Then maybe we can. No, you don't.
Only.
Okay.
Briefly.
Then maybe we can close. So hopefully the symposium and communications coming after us are a little bit more on time. If we do not have more issues to raise. Please, Gabriele.
No, very briefly. I also.
Gabriele, sorry,
yes?
there is something which does not work with your voice. So
Don't work.
No, we hear you very with echo.
Okay. Now is better. Yes. No, very short. I think on the basis also of your intervention, of your speech, that we need to think and organize the best connection between the bulletin and the other branches. Perhaps starting from the regional vice president. I don't know, but perhaps no. But with a singular branch, we have to probably try. I know, Barbara, I know. we can try to involve more directly, more efficiently the single national branch. Because until now, the bulletin is the great work, the great effort of the little group of people. You, Barbara, and Marit, and Riccardo. No, stop. No, now Michalis.
And Michalis, of course.
Michalis now, the new entry. Welcome, very welcome. But probably we need more connection with the national branch. Probably. I think this is the first consequence of our meeting today. Stop.
So I would thank everybody for joining us and contributing. We were few people, but good, we say in Italian. And so we will try to really surely keep your suggestions and update somehow, surely through the bulletin about this symposium, and try to to collect more ideas about this issue. So thank you, everybody. Hope to see you very soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone. I am Paola Carrozza, psychiatrist, director of Mental Health Department of Ferrara, Italy. I have the honor to be chair of the symposium Recovery-Oriented Services for Young People. What does it involve? It was a great pleasure for me building that symposium with its international esteemed colleagues. And I am very grateful to Marit, Mona, and Tamsin to be availability to work with me for this symposium, for this so significant symposium. The first presenters are Professor Marit Borg and Professor Mona Sommers. Some information about her references. Marit Borg is Professor Emerita at the University of South-Eastern Norway, Faculty of Health and Social Sciences. She has been an active participant in the WAPR organization and community for decades, and is at present editor of WAPR Bulletin. Her key areas of research and development in the mental health and substance abuse field is perspectives of recovery and recovery-oriented services, recovery as lived experience in everyday life, community mental health, peer support work, action research, qualitative research, and service user peer research practices. Mona Sommer, her colleague, is an associate professor at the University of South-Eastern Norway, Faculty of Health and Social Sciences, Norway. Mona is a trained nurse in mental health, a qualified teacher and a psychodramatist. Mona's clinical practice is from mental health hospital and community mental health service. She has been a project leader establishing a community service for youth at risk and collaborated with the Nordic Welfare Center in the project Youth in the Nordic Region. She explored the phenomenon of support in the lives of young people struggling with mental health issues. Mona Sommer's expertise is in qualitative research and in particular phenomenology. She is currently involved in research projects in the area of young people and mental health, recovery-oriented practices, and user involvement in research. Their presentation, the title of their presentation is Support as Possibility, Lived Experiences of Support in the Lives of Young Persons with Mental Health Problems. The pre-recorded video can start, so now, thank you.
Hello, and thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this symposium focusing on recovery-oriented services for young people. My name is Mona Sommer, and I am an associate professor at the University of South-Eastern Norway at the Center for Mental Health and Substance Abuse. This presentation is based on my dissertation. In collaboration with Professor Emerita Marit Borg, who was one of my supervisors, I will share some overall findings from the study. The title of this presentation is Support as Possibility, Lived Experiences of Support in the Lives of Young Persons with Mental Health Problems. Both nationally and internationally, several studies show an increase of young people struggling with mental health problems. Participation in working life is significantly lower among persons with mental health problems than the general population. Studies document lower completion of upper secondary education among young people with mental health problems. This raises concerns because not completing upper secondary education is one of the highest risk factors for permanently remaining out of workforce. The majority of young people receiving social benefits in the Nordic countries receive this due to mental health problems. Almost without exception, this leads to exclusion from social arenas such as school and work, for the rest of their lives. Being left outside school and work affects people's living conditions, participation in democracy, and quality of life. The consequences of young people with mental health problems being left outside of school and work are therefore some of the biggest challenges for public welfare services in the Nordic countries. Consequently, support for young people with mental health problems is an important social welfare priority. Over the past 3 decades, a variety of initiatives and models aiming to support people with mental health problems have been developed and evaluated with the goal of helping them return and stay in school or work. These measures include evidence-based programs such as supported education, supported employment, individual placement and support, and other models with similar elements of these programs. 2 Norwegian studies examining the benefits of the IPS model for vulnerable young people found that professional effort is needed to establish a relationship with the young people and to maintain contact with them. Nordic studies on young people with mental health problems who are outside school and work argue that good relationships, both formal and informal, are at the heart of supportive work for young people. Nordic studies have also demonstrated a need for major improvement in cooperation, coordination and flexibility among the organizations, sectors and services involved in supporting young people with mental health problems. Despite a growing knowledge base about support, especially within the recovery research where support is such a frequently used term, we could not find research that systematically explored the existential meanings of support. There seemed to be a void in the research asking, what is support as a genuine human experience? What is it like to experience support? What qualities need to be present to make support actually supportive? Based on what we found in the research literature and what seemed to be unexplored, the overarching research question of this study was, what are the lived experiences of support in the lives of young people with mental health problems who are wholly or partly out of school and work? The purpose of the study was to contribute to a more nuanced, thoughtful and in-depth understanding of support. Our aim is to increase the potential of supportive services to actually be experienced as support by the young people. The study used a hermeneutic phenomenological approach. Taking this approach, we were not concerned with finding unambiguous and complete answers or evidence that distinguished true from false. We were concerned with finding meaningful and recognizable aspects of support as a subjective experience. As part of a collaborative component in this project, a competence group including 3 young adults and 4 practitioners with valuable experience for the study were involved in the research process. The group met 4 times a year over a 3-year period. In the meetings, we discussed and reflected on various aspects of the project with an emphasis on analysis and understanding the data material. Including many voices and perspectives in the research process, created nuanced understandings of support as lived experience. There were 14 participants included in the study, 9 females and 5 males between the age of 18 and 25. They had all experiences with mental health problems, diagnosed or self-reported, experiences with being out of school or work, and experiences receiving services for the challenges. They were recruited through an interdisciplinary service in a small municipality in southeastern Norway. Individual in-depth interviews were conducted, 2 interviews with each of the participants, a total of 28 interviews. This doctoral work resulted in 3 published articles. It is too extensive to go into detail about all the findings, so for the purpose of this presentation, we have organized the insights into 2 main findings: support as a subjective experience and support as extended lived space. Participants described support as personally experienced. Support is only support when it is experienced as support, regardless of guidelines, systems, services, models, programs, initiatives, and professionals who intend to be supportive. Rather than support being something that can be guaranteed, we can say that the situation has a potential for support and that support is a possibility. The participants described situations that had a clear intention of being supportive but were not experienced as supportive. One of the young participants had been out of upper secondary education for almost 2 years and had tried to take her own life. She described a situation in which she met a therapist in the specialist health service for the first time. And just to underline, all the examples in this presentation are anonymized. I was sitting in her office in an unfamiliar place. I felt like a stranger. She was looking in my journal continually. She was reading about me. Then she said, still looking in the journal, "So, you've had a suicidal attempt. You are severely depressed and have a moderate level of anxiety. I see that you have dropped out of school." At that moment, I mentally cut off. She went on talking about depression scales and symptoms and consequences. I felt like a category, like someone outside of myself, not me. She was the one knowing things, and she told me about me. I was just supposed to listen. Feeling alienated and not recognized as oneself by the other seemed to be an obstacle to experiencing support. Likewise, it can be offensive and alienating to be defined by others through standardized descriptions. The experience of alienation seemed to arise in an absence of presence. The absence of presence can be so painful that one protects oneself by mentally leaving the situation. The same young woman described another situation where the support given was experienced as actually supportive. This situation took place a few weeks after the situation described above and is from a meeting with a practitioner in a municipal mental health team. Anne and I went to a cafe and she bought us coffee and sandwiches. She was just so nice to me. We talked about normal things such as what I like to do. She told me a little about herself. She watched me gently and attentively leaned towards me across the table when I talked, as if she did not want to miss a word. I felt that she cared about me. I could see it in her eyes. I told her things that I normally feel bad talking about. However, with her it was easy to tell things. It felt like being with a caring friend. She made me feel like a normal person rather than a problem. This situation is significant for many of the young participants descriptions of experiences with support. Feeling seen and understood, feeling that the other is sincerely interested and really cares, was emphasized as inextricably linked to experiencing support. Thus, support as a subjective experience takes place and is practiced in relationships. It seems that some relationships have some qualities about them that are more supportive than others. Support is shown primarily in relationships that are nourishing, caring, and authentic, and that invite the young person into active involvement and cooperation. A key aspect of experienced support is that support is experienced in diverse contexts, both in informal and formal relationships, and all the complex contexts a human being is a part of. Experienced support cannot be detached from the everyday life and context of the young person. When those who offer support do not include the young person's context, there is a risk that intended support is not experienced as supportive. In the second mind finding, support as extended lived space. Lived space is understood as room to maneuver, the space in which we can move and act, as free and responsible human beings. In the experienced support, there is a sense that the lived space is expanding and gives direction and hope for a good life with future perspectives. It stands in contrast to a feeling of being stuck without the possibility of movement and having a direction for life and the future. One young participant described, "I was stuck in the mud. I couldn't get anywhere. The future became uncertain." He also described his experience in which the support he received gave his life direction and hope. "I'm no longer there in that enclosed and shadowed place. I moved on. The support I was given opened up a new direction and gave hope for the possibility of something good to come in the future." And it's kind of different being in the present with a hope for the future. Experienced support had the potential to set the young persons in motion and to open and expand the otherwise narrow personal and interpersonal space with opportunities to be who they want to be and to move towards a desired future. One participant described a situation in which the lived space had shrunk to the size of his bed, and where support contributed to a desired movement. He said, "I really want to go to school, but my anxiety sometimes makes it hard to get out of the house. Yesterday I woke up and knew immediately it was one of those days. I had this well-known heavy lump in my stomach and couldn't manage to get out of bed. My service provider phoned me and asked if I was out of bed and ready for school. I told him I was not feeling well and that I was too late for the bus. He offered to pop in to see how I was and to drive me to school. Feeling some pressure, but knowing he wants the best for me, I accepted his offer." A friendly push by a person who cares was sometimes what it took for young people to get out of stuck situations. Support that is experienced as supportive diminishes or eliminates the hopelessness many of the young participants experience in a stuck and despairing situation. The experience of extended lived space, which sets the lives of young people in motion and offers hope for the future, seem to be inseparably linked to the lived experience of support. The study's findings document that support as a phenomenon is personally experienced and associated with an experience of extended lived space. The findings question the increasing confidence that outcome measurements give us the answer to what works at both the population level and the individual level. Standardization and model fidelity can be good for some purposes, but it can also lead us to believe that we know what support is. And more seriously, belief in evidence-based models may exclude young people who do not benefit from the standardized treatment they are offered. One consequence of this is to think that when support does not yield the desired benefit and effect, it is the young person and not the approach or system with which there is something wrong. The study's finding document that perceived support is most likely to be realized in collaborative relationships, where the young person is invited into joint exploration of what support is for him or her in the context of their everyday life. This encourages professionals and others who offer support to young people with mental health problems, not to be too quick to attribute the lack of desired program outcomes to the absence of the young person's motivation or availability. One should instead take some detours beyond pre-planned and standardized treatment pathways or measures, and together with the young people, focus on their own experiences of what support is and can be for them. Thank you.
I will introduce the second presenter. I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Tamsin Yulo Delgado. Tamsin is a senior clinical lecturer and honorary consultant in public health. I will introduce the second presenter. I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Tamsin Yulo Delgado. Sorry, there is an echo. There is an echo. There is an echo, okay. I restart. Dr. Tamsin Yulo Delgado is the following presenter. He is a senior clinical lecturer and honorary consultant in public health with the Children and Young People's Mental Health Research Collaboration at the University of Exeter Medical School. Influenced by her clinical experience in child and adolescent psychiatric prior to entering public health, Tamsin's research concentrates on the mental health of children and young people, with a particular interest in transition from child to adult services and in the application of epidemiological methods for service planning. She was a co-investigator on the children and adolescents with ADHD in transition within children's and adult services research project, which examined service provision and experiences for this group of younger people. Currently, Tamsin acts as an academic consultant on the mental health of children and young people in England service, and is a co-investigator on the Reshape, reflecting on the impacts of COVID-19 on children and young people in England, exploring experiences of lockdown, service access, and education. Her fellowship focuses on trends mental health-related service contact over time, including the impact of the pandemic on access to mental health support and services. The title of her presentation is Young People's Access to Mental Health Services and Support in England, Underserved Groups in the Impact on COVID-19.
services and support in England, focusing on underserved groups and in particular on the impact of COVID-19 given the current circumstances. Here are my disclosures, and here are the learning objectives for today's talk. I'm going to be talking about mental health services and support for young people and the impact of COVID-19. And I'll start off by discussing a bit about the importance of supporting young people moving between child and adult services, i.e. in transition, and what research tells us about good practice. And then I'll move on to talk about the impact of COVID-19 on young people's mental health and on their mental health related service contacts. And this is in the context of the National Child Mental Health Survey data that we have from England. And then I'll go ahead and discuss some of the implications. And although a lot of the data that I will use is from England and the UK, I hope that there will be points of international relevance for all the audience. So young adulthood is a time of new experiences and development, but also of risk. And this is why we focus so heavily on it. So it is a time where we have a peak onset of new mental health conditions and also an increase in risk-taking behaviours and experimentation with increasing autonomy. And alongside this autonomy, there are those increasing expectations to be involved in decision-making and self-management around your care. But decisions and actions and habits that we establish during this period are really influential in terms of a young person's future trajectory. And for those who might have poor mental health and poor functioning at this time, they're likely to have an increased impact on their future life chances if this period isn't managed well for them. And young people are also experiencing multiple simultaneous transitions. So whilst we might be particularly interested in health service transitions, young people will be making changes in their education, perhaps to university. They might be starting a new job, they might be moving away from home or experiencing other changes in their family. So it can be a time of changes and potentially of vulnerability. And I wanted to highlight here the concept and the definition of transitions. So transition isn't just a transfer of care from a child service to an adult service, but it should be a purposeful and planned process that is addressing all the needs of the young person with the condition. And I've put here the definition from the UK National Service Framework. However, from research internationally, really, we find that many young people with ongoing mental health care needs or recovery needs do not make that successful transition from child to adult services. And from some of the work that we've done with ADHD, we find that those with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder may often be especially poorly served. And here I wanted to highlight some messages from our CATCHA's ADHD study, the reference to the report is at the end. And this was a study where we examined transition from child to adult services in young people with ADHD in the UK. There was a large qualitative strand, a surveillance strand, which examined the outcomes, and a mapping study where we mapped services. And the key messages really would be that the majority of young people with ADHD who were on medication and who had a need to continue that didn't make a transition into an adult specialist service. And even of those that did, their experience of that transition was often poor. So success of this transition was often influenced by preparation and readiness. So how well did the service prepare the young person for this change, and how ready they themselves were in terms of their understanding of their condition and various other factors. And information and communication were really key for young people, for parents and for the clinicians involved. And in particular, whilst we might think about young people in adult services to be independent, often parents and carers still play a very crucial role in terms of negotiating, organising, chasing things up, prompting for appointments. And sort of translating information for the young person. And so we need to be very aware of young people who might not have this support from parents, carers, or from partners, and as they might be very much underserved and disadvantaged as a group. So we found that our national guidance on transition remains patchily implemented, but that there are some good models of practice. And again, as I say, you can find out more in our report. And here I wanted to switch focus slightly to think about this same group of young people in that transition age group from 16 to 19 onwards, but think about the impact of the pandemic, and in particular on what England's national surveys tell us about young people's mental health during COVID-19 and their help-seeking behaviour, as data from many countries suggested there was a sharp drop in the number of young people who were looking for support for a mental health concern at this time. So here I'll move on and explain a little bit about these national surveys. Here is the list of those who were funded and involved, and I was an academic consultant on the 2020 and the 2021 survey. So these are national surveys that provide England's official statistics into children and young people's mental health. We had previous surveys in 1999 and 2004, as well as the more recent baseline survey, XIV WAPR, in 2017, which covered England. And these previously were cross-sectional surveys which had 3-year follow-ups. And particularly important to say that these are probability samples, so they were sampled to be representative of the population. So unlike surveys of mental health from convenience samples, which might be quite biased, these are samples which are weighted and selected to be representative of the population of children and young people in England, and they're drawn from the NHS Patient Register database. So there was a baseline survey in 2017, and when COVID-19 began, we had the opportunity to run follow-up surveys with that same group of children and young people in August 2020 and in February, March 2021. And overall, around 2,500 children and young people participated in all those 3 surveys. And these were obviously carried out online due to the pandemic. The 2021 survey included an online survey of parents of 6 to 16-year-olds, children aged 10 to 16, and young people 17 to 23-year-olds, who I'll focus on in this section, and had a 48% response rate. And it included a lot of questions around the impact of the pandemic on children and young people's lives, on their education, as well as a number of validated mental health measures, including the Strengths and Difficulties questionnaire. So the Strengths and Difficulties questionnaire was our main measure of mental health in these follow-up surveys. You can find out more information about it here, but it's a validated questionnaire, which was completed by children and young people aged 11 upwards and by parents of children of all ages, of 5 to 16s. And we used the Strengths and Difficulties questionnaire algorithm to determine the probability of having a mental disorder. And so throughout the reports, we use the term probable mental disorder to refer to the group of young people who fell into this category based on their score on the Strengths and Difficulties questionnaire. And so when we look at the rates of probable mental disorder from our 2021 survey, we see that the rates of disorder are quite high in the 17 to 23-year-old age group, and in particular in girls aged 17 to 23, where 23.5% had a probable mental disorder in 2021. This is compared to 19.8% of girls in the 11 to 16-year-old age group and only 12% in the 6 to 10-year-olds. And in the 6 to 10-year-olds, as you can see, there was a reverse pattern where rates of disorder were highest in boys. What these surveys allowed us to do was also to examine rates of probable disorder cross-sectionally between 2017 and 2021. And here you can see that across all age groups and across genders, apart from in young men aged 17 to 19, there was a pattern of a rise from 2017 to 2020-2021 in the rates of probable mental disorder, followed by stability within pandemic, so between 2020 and 2021. Another thing that we were able to do was also to examine individual level change in mental health. So using the strengths and difficulties questionnaire scores to determine whether there had been an improvement, a deterioration or no change in the mental health of each child or young person between 2017 and 2021. And I have here on the slide my definition, the definition we used of deterioration, improvement or no change. And in particular, again, focusing on young people, more than half of young people experienced a deterioration in their mental health between 2017 and 2021, so 52.5%. 32.3% remained stable, and 15.2% of this age group had improved mental health according to change in their SDQ scores. So we do see this perhaps differential trajectories over time of these children and young people. So when we look at some of the data that's a bit more about the experience that young people report, again, you can see that young people aged 17 to 23 were much more likely to say that the pandemic restrictions that we had at the time in England had made their lives much worse. So that's 36% of 17 to 23-year-olds with a disorder in particular said that the restrictions had made their lives much worse. This was compared to 18% of 17 to 23-year-olds who didn't have a disorder. So it appears as though those with the disorder were perhaps particularly badly affected, although of course this is a cross-sectional, so we can't tell whether what had caused what here. These were measurements taken at the same time. We also asked about feeling lonely, and again, 17 to 22% of, 12% of these 17 to 22-year-olds reported feeling often or always lonely in 2021. And young women with a probable disorder were those that were most likely to feel lonely. So 44% of girls with a probable mental disorder reported feeling lonely often or always in 2021. In the 2020 and 2021 surveys, we included some questions about help seeking and contact with services, and this is what I particularly wanted to highlight. So we saw that of those with a probable disorder, just under a quarter reported not seeking help for a mental health concern due to the pandemic, and a further 22.9% reported not seeking help for both the mental and a physical health concern due to the pandemic. And this is amongst those who had a probable disorder. So these are a group which are potentially vulnerable and arguably should be seeking support for that concern that they have. And when we asked a similar set of questions in 2021, we asked about where young people might have sought help. And again, this is for those whose SDQ scores indicated that they had a probable disorder, and 20% had not sought any help or advice for a mental health concern, which is concerning. The most commonly used source of help and advice was friends and family, with almost 60% seeking help or advice there. 44% said they'd used online support or a telephone line or telephone service. Just under 30% had sought help or advice from an education professional, and just over a third had sought help or advice from a health service. So just to wrap up and summarise, young people are a group that are often underserved generally in terms of mental health support and are at increased risk. And lack of continuity and availability of services and support is often problematic when moving from child to adult services in particular. In England, our national data suggests that young people's mental health overall has deteriorated during the COVID-19 pandemic, but that there are, of course, differential impacts and trajectories. and perhaps most relevantly, that a significant proportion have not sought help during this period, suggesting that there's a considerable volume out there of unmet need. So just briefly thinking about some of the implications here for recovery and the opportunities, is it has been argued that the pandemic might provide us with opportunities to expand or restructure services, in particular thinking about those who might have sub-threshold problems or who might not meet criteria for existing services. And there have been suggestions, of course, that services capitalise on digital delivery to support help seeking, but this requires more exploration of acceptability and effectiveness in terms of what works for who, when and where. And I think this also highlights the importance of incorporating mental health into government COVID-19 recovery policy. And perhaps in particular thinking more widely about the impacts on young people who are moving into work or higher education and starting off in life, as well as on their health and on their health service transitions that they're making. But of course, more data is still required to track these longer term impacts and on the groups which might in the longer term be most affected. I have here a list of my references, and thank you very much for listening.
Good morning to everyone. I thank very much Professor Melate Sabai for the opportunity to participate in this important conference with the symposium, Recovery-Oriented Services for Young People. What does it involve? I am Paola Carrozza, Director of Mental Health Department of Ferrara. The title of my presentation is Adolescents and Mental Health Services, the challenge never won to hook and hold them. In Italy, the Mental Health Department collects the whole array of community-based psychiatric services. It has community mental health centers, psychiatric ward, inpatient service, psychiatric rehabilitation unit composed of residential facilities and centers for psychiatric rehabilitation, child and adolescent neuropsychiatric services, community services for drug and alcohol abuse or other addictions, and finally, apartments located in urban areas. Some data about the phenomenon of mental illness among adolescents. In the last 10 years, the number of users in charge of child and adolescents neuropsychiatric services has doubled. In no other area of medicine has there been such a significant increase in access to services without increasing the staff and without being able to guarantee appropriate responses to users. Even before the pandemic, 200 out of 1,000 children and young people had a neuropsychic disorder. Only 60 out of 200 were able to access to child and adolescent neuropsychiatry services. Only 30 out of 200 have appropriate therapeutic rehabilitative responses. 7 out of 1,000 went to the emergency room for a psychiatric disorder. 5 out of 1,000 were hospitalized for a neurological or psychiatric disorder. 4 out of 5 were unfortunately hospitalized in inappropriate wards, on which one in the psychiatric wards for adults. Only 1 in 5 are hospitalized in a ward of child and adolescent neuropsychiatry services. Between 217 and 218, hospitalizations for neurologic disorders between 0 and 17 years increased by 11%, and those for psychiatric disorders increased by 22%. Of the 53,863 hospitalizations in 2019, only 13,756 occurred in the services for childhood and adolescents ward, and therefore received the assistance they would have needed. Many adolescents in severe need didn't receive any response and were sent home from emergency room or had to turn privately. For many others, hospitalization has become indispensable for the worsening of symptoms resulting from the lack of responses with adequate intensity of care in the community. But what to do? That dramatic situation implies increasing the efforts of mental health services towards adolescents by gaining resources and developing professional skills. Regarding this last point, particular attention must be paid to how to hook and to retain in therapeutic relationship adolescents with psychiatric disorders. There are specific factors of disengagement of adolescents. First of all, the main factor is activation of negative emotions. One of the first complications that appears in the process of engaging adolescents and their parents is the gradual emergence of negative emotions towards the appropriateness of the treatment, the therapeutic relationship, and the constraints of the treatment. Initially full of hope, some teenagers and their parents begin to experience negative emotions such as disappointments and criticism about the treatment itself. A phrase of a teenager: between one date and another, I was experiencing intense emotions. I had things to say, and at the moment, I would have liked to talk about it. But the day I didn't have my appointment, I had to wait to see my therapist before telling her something that happened 3 or 4 days before. It was no longer important. I realized that my visits didn't really help me. I needed something else. Parents also disengage from the treatment because of negative emotions about its adequacy. I was a little frustrated, said the parent, because I felt compelled to be there, to go to the meeting with the social worker. I never felt that anything changed, whether I was there or not. I think if I hadn't gone, it wouldn't have made any difference. The attitudes of the therapist, such as silence and the absence of reactions, are perceived as actions of hostility, lack of interest, or even rejection, and produce negative emotions toward the clinician. There were long silences. He, the therapist, barely said anything. I didn't feel confident about him. I didn't like it. She, my psychiatrist, used only scientific terms. She didn't think I was human. Also, she was not enthusiastic. She was cold. I don't understand why she is a child therapist. She is incompetent and I didn't like her. However, adolescents with psychiatric disorder don't always reveal their negative emotions towards their therapist, giving the false impression that everything is going well. As a result, the will to disengage sometimes remains invisible to clinicians. A third source of emotional activation is a growing aversion to treatment constraints, such as having to maintain a regular frequency, filling observation tables, or talking about painful topics. This teenager described how she began to consider stopping treatment altogether. I spent an hour on the bus and an hour in her clinic. I could have dedicated the time to my friends. I felt like I was wasting my time. The activation of negative emotions leads to attitudes that promote disengagement by both the adolescent and the parents. And what are these attitudes? Hostility and splitting, contempt and idealization toward therapists can emerge in adolescents and parents as a result of negative emotions. Apparent competence, when a teenager says that his symptoms had disappeared and that his problem had been resolved suddenly. Avoidance of painful feelings and memories that are inevitable part of therapy. Insufficient support, where some teens go through the treatment on their own, as their parents are not engaged nor offer support. Complicity in the disengagement by parents, when the teen's involvement weakens, and some parents may excuse him rather than forge an alliance with a therapist. The final phase is disengagement behaviors. Negative emotions and attitudes give way to behaviors, indicators of disengagement. The main behaviors indicator of disengagement are irregular presence, instrumental treatment. Treatment becomes a formality, then a real commitment, and it's continued only for its secondary benefits, such the possibility of not attending school. Self-treatment and concealment of information, changing the dosage of drugs, dealing with difficulties with friends instead of the therapist, completely hiding a problem. And finally, don't use or refuse help. But what are factors that promote the engagement of adolescents? First of all, skills and attitudes of the staff. Adolescents give great importance to the attitude, level of competence, and motivation of workers that should have the following characteristics. They are motivated, honest, passionate, enthusiastic, offer support, relate easily, and are respectful. They have evolutionary approach and know the different changes in the lives of adolescents. They provide information to young people so that adolescents can choose freely and in an informed manner. They are convinced that teenagers have a promising future and transfer this belief to them. They are sensitive to hierarchical differences, avoiding an us versus them attitude, and don't treat adolescents in a disqualifying way. Another very important factors that promote the engagement of adolescents are the motivational strategies. And first of all, there is a shared decision-making strategy. As stated in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, adolescents have the right to take part in all decisions that affect them. Practitioners must learn to involve adolescents in defining therapeutic goals and choosing suitable interventions. Unfortunately, it's not always possible to reach a common agreement. A typical example is when hospitalization is inevitable for safety reasons and the adolescent doesn't agree. The parent involvement is the second main factor that promotes the engagement. Parents are key partners for young people. Caregivers should inform and engage parents and soon and as often as possible. At the beginning of therapy, this is one of the first issues to discuss with adolescents. The goal is to achieve a good balance between respecting the privacy of adolescents and involving the family. In fact, family members, especially parents, who live with a teenager with mental health disorders often have problems. Sometimes there are dysfunctional relationships in the family environment. This is why it's very important to support the adolescent's family, even when he or her doesn't want to involve the parents. The review by Kaslow, Brotto, Oyeshiko and Collins offers a review of family-level prevention programs, psychotherapies, and effective psychoeducational interventions. Research confirms that it's needed to involve the family. But there are also organizational factors influencing the engagement of adolescents. Services more congenial to young people are those ones that reduce barriers to adolescents' access with appropriate services, convenient opening hours, access without parental permission, low cost of free services, reduced waiting times, convenient location near public transport stops, availability of health tools, pleasant and welcoming environment, a discreet entrance, and a positive image. But there are a very critical phase that influences the engagement of adolescents and of their parents, and is the transition from mental health services for adolescents to those ones for adults. During this passage, young people and their families feel lost because the quality of care in the transition phase very often is poor. The main obstacles that disrupt the passage are system fragmentation, lack of leadership, poor communication between the two services, policy practice gap. There is a gap between the policy and practice, lack of common transfer protocols, and lack of information on services. The transition may also fail because young people often refuse to be transferred to adult services. The interruption of care in the transition phase has a negative impact on the mental health and well-being of adolescents and therefore represents an important issue. The track study of Singh and colleagues in 2010 produced the following recommendations aimed at improving care in the transfer phase. A teenager must be transferred to adult services when his psychological situation is stable. Adolescent services and adult services must work closely together. Adult services must be actively involved before teen services reassign patients. Services must be able to easily transfer user data from one service to another. In sum, the main criteria to evaluate the steps of this passage are three: continuity of care, transfer planning meetings, passage of information. What are expected outcomes of improvement of the passage phase? First of all, a greater uniformity of diagnosis and prognosis, given that there are often radical differences between adult services and adolescent services in communicated prognosis and explaining diagnosis. Clearer information on the organization of adult service, given that families don't always have a clear picture of how the new service will work with them and with their relatives. And what are quality indicators of a good passage? The ability to schedule the passage 1 year before the age of 18. The commitment of child and adolescent services to draw up a detailed report with assessments tests done and with the explanation of their meaning. Joint meeting between the two services, parents and users, to evaluate the outcomes achieved in the previous treatments and to plan the future treatments. And finally, there is a very critical factor that influences the engagement or disengagement of adolescents. And there is a continuity, integration, and coordination of care. Continuity of care is defined as the quality of care over time. It includes both longitudinal continuity, it has uninterrupted series of long-term contacts, and transversal continuity. It has coherence of intervention between different services providers. It's very important to provide integrated care to adolescents with mental health problems. Young people have multiple needs: physiological, medical, social, educational, professional, and require a series of services provided by different workers who often work in different services. Thank you so much. Okay, we start the discussion. But first of all, we can see if there are questions for the question written on the chat. No, we have to check if there are questions for the public, for the attenders of conference. I think there is some question for the attenders of conference. If yes. Sure, Dr. Dr. Zendi tell me and says, sure, Dr. Paula, you will depart with. Okay, there are no questions. There are no questions at the moment. Then we must start the discussion about us speakers. But I give the floor to Merit, to Newlove, to Tamsin, and to Mona for comments about our presentations. Marit, would you say anything about?
Well, my problem was that I didn't see the presentations, and I haven't seen it before. So
Okay.
I think I would leave it to the three of you.
Okay, I want to do a comment, no, about the presentation of Tamsin. It's where in your work you give great importance at the passage, no, from childhood services to adult services, no. As is a very important issue also in our reality, in Italian reality of services. I ask you, how do you deal with this, no, in England, with these critical issue? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Paolo. I think that it was very interesting to see your presentation where there was some common features, weren't there, in terms of managing that transition. And I think that also has relevance to the presentations which were more about how we enable recovery too, because this is a time when, you know, young people are maybe taking increased responsibility for that. I'd say there is a lot more focus now within England and the UK in general on managing transition well. So there are examples of good practice where there may be transition clinics or specialist transition workers who may help to bring young people through that time. And I'm aware that some areas have services which are more focused on, for example, will go up to age 25. So they will maybe sort of take young people through that period of adolescence into emerging adulthood. And then they might make a move into an adult service if they need it later. So I think there is increasing awareness and, you know, areas of good practice, but we are, I think, you know, the results from our Catcher study, as well as previously Track and other studies, and Milestone, I believe there's another one across Europe, was still showing that for many young people, they're not having the experience that they should have at this time. So yes, I think efforts are being made, but we're not there yet.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tamsin. There are many ways to counteract the fragmentation of services, because this is one of the main reasons to disengagement, no? For disengagement adolescents. Okay, thank you for your contribution. And I asked to Mona and our colleagues on Norway if there is in your programs any program of training of practitioners to increase their skills to support adolescents. Do you have some specific training programs in Norway to increase the skills of practitioners to support young people and adolescents? This is my answer.
Yeah.
This is my question, sorry.
Yeah. I will try to answer. I have some serious echo problems, so I'm not. This has been so challenging because I don't know if you hear me without echo.
We hear you okay, Mona.
Okay. Yeah. So I will just try to answer.
I must repeat the question.
No, I think I heard it. But I'm so sorry that I can't join the conversation as I want because I have this problem.
Don't worry.
But about training for practitioners to support young people or adolescents, I know there are some problems for example, psychologists, so they can specialize. But for example, in our programs with mental health education for health and social workers, we don't have any specific training for them in that. So maybe that is something we should consider. Yes.
But I think, Mona, we did have a interdisciplinary postgrad training programs in Norway. I'm not sure if it's running still.
Oh yes, yeah. I think you're right.
Yeah, it's a sort of a part-time, sort of 2-year program, which used to be very successful. But things changes, you know. So I'm not sure. But Mona and we have another presentation in 1/4 hour, so I think we have to leave.
Yes. No, we have to come to end, no?
I think so.
Yes, I think so. Me too.
But I would really like to talk to you more later. Yeah.
No,
we can have a separate meeting.
I thank you very much for your participation. I am very satisfied of this workshop. I thank you for the enrichment contributions. Okay, for each other, almost. Okay, we can leave. I asked to the organization, to Dr. Zandi, if we can came to the end and leave.
Assalamu alaikum. Good day to everybody. Thank you for joining us for today's World Congress of World Association for Psychosocial Rehabilitation and the 7th Abu Dhabi International Mental Health Conference. Thank you for inviting me. My name is Dr. Deepak Thalithaya. I'm a consultant psychiatrist and head of intellectual disability psychiatry at Al Amal Psychiatric Hospital. I'm going to be talking to you today about the demographic, clinical, and social overview of long-stay intellectual disability patients in the UAE at Al Amal Hospital. I'd like to say a special thanks to my team, Dr. Ahmed Mustafa, Fatima, Dr. Hind, Nitya, Bina Matthew, Dr. Mubarak, and Amna. These are the key stakeholders. So let's talk about the rationale for the study. As we know, intellectual disability is a lifelong condition. It has a significant impact on those who suffer from the condition as well as those who care for them. And usually there are a lot of complex issues that span beyond the medical model to social domains as well. However, there's very little data looking holistically at the issues of long-stay patients with intellectual disabilities. To put it in context, Al Amal is the largest psychiatric facility in the UAE, catering to a population of Dubai and Northern Emirates. And this is the only facility with the largest number of intellectual disability patients in the UAE, which gave us the best opportunity to study the aspects of their stay in hospital. So if you look at the current provisions for people with disabilities in the UAE, if you put it in perspective, there are very few countries in the world that have established intellectual disability support systems. In the UAE, most people with ID live in the community with their family. At Al Amal Hospital, there are some patients who have been here for several years for many reasons, including family unable or unwilling to manage their complex needs. They either have no family or there's no exit provision, such as care homes, etc. Also, limited daycare facilities can also impact on the well-being of patients, particularly as we've seen in the recent COVID-19 crisis, when there have been reports of exaggerated mental health problems and challenging behaviors because of changes in normal structure and routine, etc. So a very brief overview of intellectual disability. The three core diagnostic criteria is a significantly reduced ability to understand new or complex information. Put it simply, an IQ less than 70. There's a reduced ability to cope independently, which means there's a limitation in socio-adaptive functioning, and these conditions must have started before the age of 18 with a lasting effect on development. So what does that mean? Really, it just means a label to group people together so that services can be planned in the most appropriate way. This group of people have a reduced ability or difficulty understanding, communicating, learning new or complex skills, and may not be able to cope independently, and often need a level of support and supervision into the adult life. They also have a much higher rate of significant problems, and I'll come to that in a minute. Again, just a brief overview. There are 4 degrees of intellectual disability: mild, moderate, severe, and profound. And the further down the list you go, the more disabled, more need they need. Some of the most common leading causes of ID, people would have heard of things like Down syndrome, Fragile X, fetal alcohol, Prader-Willi, but really it's important to try and look at the prenatal, perinatal, and postnatal causes of the disability. Again, to emphasize, this group of people have a much higher rate of mortality, and they die sooner and earlier than those in the normal population. They also have a much higher rate of medical problems as well as mental health problems as well. Also to remember that this group of people face significant ethical and social issues as well. They are a higher risk of discrimination, vulnerability, poverty, neglect, abuse, and stigmatization. So very brief overview of the UAE demographics, currently just under 10 million, with males predominantly overshadowing the females in terms of numbers. If you look at the numbers of intellectual disability patients around the world, around 1 billion people around the world have some form of disability. More than 80% of them live in developing countries, and more than 50% cannot afford healthcare. So overall numbers, prevalence of intellectual disability is about 3%. The majority of them are mild disabled, about 2.5%. And there's an increased prevalence in lower socioeconomic groups and developing countries as well. So the purpose of the study was trying to provide a basic data of prevalence and nature of long-stay patients with disability at Al Amal Hospital, which would then provide a basic reference and hypotheses for future studies, and also support health and social care authorities who plan future needs. So how we did it, we looked at all long-stay patients with ID in the male and female wards from April 2019 to March 2020. The results were administered and analyzed, and information was extracted by data coordinators, which allowed us to scope the various aspects and provide a useful insight of our patients' care. So in total, at the time of the study, there were a total of 92 beds, out of which 7 were occupied with intellectual disability patients who've been here for a long time. All of them were female patients. All of them were local Emirati. The mean age was about 41 years. The range of years, ranged from 31 to 53 years of age. There were 4 patients with moderate disability, 2 with mild and 1 with severe disability. Other comorbid diagnoses included schizophrenia, epilepsy, and ataxia type 2. A large majority of them had other physical health conditions, including hypertension, osteoarthritis, hypothyroidism, as well as congenital defects. And also some of them had immobility because of various reasons. All of them presented with various forms of risks and vulnerability, including self-harm, neglect, falls, choking, aggressive behaviors, absconsion, and risk of sexual abuse by others. At the time of the study, there was nobody with a forensic history, and all of the patients were mentally stable. If you look at the records from the past, 5 of them had previous admissions, whereas 2 have been here, at Al-Amal in total. About 5 of them have had incidents in the last 6 months. But from the team's perspective, 5 of the 7 were fit for discharge, whereas 2 were not. If you look at the medication, there was a whole range of medications that people were being prescribed for various reasons, including the mental health challenging behavior as well as physical health needs. This is quite an interesting one. If you look at the length of stay, the shortest somebody stayed here was for 2 months, but the longest was 36 years, and that's effectively most of their lives. So the average length of stay was about 15 to 18 years. So this is a very long time that we're talking about. Effectively, this place has now become home for a large majority of these patients. Which brings us to the next point, really, what was the level of contact with the families? Some of them had contact every other day, some of them once per week, some once per month, and a couple of them had contact with the family once every couple of times a year. We also tried to get an understanding of the presentations to hospital overall with disabilities, and we can see there a very brief overview. The large majority of people with intellectual disabilities were coming to the OPD setup. Majority of them were male, majority of them were expats, understandably given the UAE demographics. So this is just a very brief overview of the kind of dynamic movement of patients and turnover of patients at Al-Amal Hospital. This is just to give an overview of the frequency of admissions. Roughly, we were getting on average 4 to 5 patients admitted to hospital with intellectual disability every month. So really the key challenges for us really was that some patients at Al-Amal Hospital have been looked after up to 36 years, as we've just seen. The average length of stay was about 15 to 18 years. This is a long chunk of time that they've spent in hospital. Many of these patients have long-standing care needs and supervision, and many of them don't have families, or their families are unable to look after them, and there are no other exit provisions such as care homes, etc. Many of them do not necessarily need to be in hospital and just need long-term social care, and they could potentially be managed in the community with the right level of support of skilled carers. It's also important to highlight the issues around acute admissions. A lot of time patients or families bring their patients with disabilities with concerns around challenging behavior and the inability to manage this group of patients in the home environment or the community, and also the risk they present. Sometimes families just need some respite. This has been particularly exacerbated during COVID-19 due to closure of the regular day centers. Fortunately, this has now improved. Just because of the limited community support, most families end up bringing their loved ones to hospital, and this can then subsequently impact pressure on the beds for acute patients as well. So just important to highlight the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. This is a very important legislation globally, and it's very nice to see the UAE has taken it upon themselves to become the world's friendliest place for people of determination, with the government issuing many legislation to protect their rights and provide them with international benchmark support, including various legislative policies such as National Policy for Empowering People with Disabilities. As we all know, the term people of determination, this is to reduce stigmatization of people with disabilities and create an inclusive environment that fosters growth and well-being and recognizes their achievement in different fields. I've just highlighted some of the various initiatives started by the UAE, including in terms of education, employment, language, transportation, healthcare, safeguarding, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of things being done in the UAE to support this group of people. So really, to sum up, this is the first study in the UAE looking at the diagnostic conditions, care and treatment, and social issues in people with disabilities that require them to be in hospital for a long time. We need to understand that this region overall has a large population of people with disabilities, and for the size of the population, it is very impressive that very few people actually need or are in long stay in hospital. Most of them who are in hospital are here for social care needs. So it's very important to understand the importance of family support, which is an important and integral part of the social fabric of looking after this group of people. It's also very reassuring to note that there's a huge motivation to build on intellectual disability services across the country. And again, it's a matter of pride that in the UAE, there's the implementation of the People of Determination policy to improve the care of this group of people. So if we talk about the future, Al-Amal is the first specialist public intellectual disability service in the Dubai, a service that caters for Dubai and the Northern Emirates. This data helps us to try and understand the needs of this group of people. It's very important to understand the need for specific ID wards for male and female because of their complex, challenging needs, and also their vulnerability when they are with other patients. In the UAE, the concept of the supported living or care homes principle is a significant opportunity that could be developed to support this group of patients. This will also reduce pressure on general acute beds, particularly in times of crisis, for example, COVID-19. It would also support patients and families in the community with a set place of security and safety for long-term or even respite care needs. However, needs to be understood that this would need a significant influx of resources, skilled staff, liaison from various governmental agencies and services. But I have no doubt with the steps that the UAE is taking that this is something that would certainly be on the agenda as we speak. So really, it's challenging but really rewarding times ahead. It's important to understand that people with disabilities are people first. They have the same needs and desires as anybody else, and it's important for us to understand and recognize their abilities and not their disabilities. So let's try and support them in the best way possible. Thank you very much for listening. These are my references. Thank you so much. I wish you all very well and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Let me know when you're ready.
Live.
Thank you. My name is Alberto Ferguson. I'm a professor in Bogota, Colombia at the Center for Psychosocial Studies of Rosario University. I'm a psychiatrist. I'm very happy to be here with you. I have nothing to disclose for this meeting. I do have some learning objectives for this presentation. Identify the main principles of accompanied self-rehabilitation, discuss the importance of mutual recovery and redesigning lifestyles, and explain how the pandemic created the conditions to accelerate the changes that we were looking for almost spontaneously. I will begin by reminding people what do we call accompanied self-rehabilitation. It's kind of the approach we've been using for years in Colombia. We've used it also in other places, especially in the United States and mainly in Vermont. The main principles that guided us right from the beginning was to acknowledge all that we ignore about the mind, about how what mental illness is and is not, and understanding that if we ignore the main things about all these situations, the real consequence of that is to allow the leadership of the process of recovery to happen, basically to have the leadership to people who have the suffering, who are diagnosed with severe mental illness. They are the ones who have to have the leadership, and we so-called experts must limit ourselves to accompany them in their process of recovery. The next principle that we use in our approach is that once this is done, the person really becomes an expert in his or her own condition. And finally, what we want to emphasize more today is that they need to redesign their lifestyle according to the knowledge they have acquired in all the previous moments that I've been discussing. Besides those principles, there are three components of what we do that we want to share. Let me begin with the second one, the change in paradigm. There's been a huge change in paradigm in the past years. We moved from understanding that we had a caregiver or a therapist that basically didn't change during the process, and a so-called patient that was supposed to change during the process and recover. The change has been big. We no longer think that that's the case. That both parties have to recover during the process, be it a therapist and another person, or if it's a group or whatever. The change and the recovery happens in everybody, or else it will not happen. The only way for recovery to happen is if it really happens in all the parties involved. So that's a huge change in paradigm. To understand ourselves, the therapists and caregivers, who have to really allow for big changes in ourselves and recover ourselves while we are accompanying someone to recover. And this is why we arrived to this concept of mutual recovery. We must pay tribute historically to the famous psychoanalyst Sandro Ferenczi. He didn't speak about mutual recovery, but he did speak about mutual analysis. Probably he was the first person to really understand that if you want to accompany someone to change, you have to change yourself. And so that's what we've been doing lately in our program, understanding that we are all in a process of changing and all in a process of recovery. And this brought us to the third idea, which is the power and how important it is to be aware of the possibilities that arise if you change your lifestyle. The small details of your lifestyle are the ones that really change yourself. And why are we mentioning this? We're mentioning this because COVID and the pandemic, one of the effects that definitely happened worldwide was that with COVID, we could say that everybody had to change his lifestyle somehow. And that's the importance, for example, of lockdowns. What happens when you have a lockdown? Well, a lockdown means that you change your lifestyle. What happens while you're locked down means necessarily a change in lifestyle. It doesn't matter if you live by yourself, or if you live with another person, or you live with a big family. Anyway, being locked down for hours and hours with the people you used to see only for a few hours is a huge change in lifestyle. So we were forced to understand the power of lifestyle with the pandemic. And we began to see lots of consequences of that. And we understood that the lifestyle we had been building was not by chance. We have been really actively building small details of our lifestyle, in that lots of the possibilities of our well-being happened because of a certain lifestyle. And if it was changed, we were probably in trouble. And people had a lived experience of the relation between mental health and lifestyle. One of the big consequences of the pandemic is the awareness of mental health as very important. It didn't happen at the beginning of the pandemic. At the beginning of the pandemic, people were much more concerned with having the COVID and being severely ill physically. But in a few months, everybody began to realize that probably one of the worst and most complicated consequences of the pandemic was precisely the effects on mental health. So this is something that we had been working on that, but it was only thanks to the pandemic, and we have to say thanks to the pandemic. And let me explain, when we talk about the positive side of COVID-19, we're absolutely aware of the horrible and incredible suffering and difficulties that people have had with the pandemic. When we talk about the positive side, it doesn't mean that we deny all those bad things that have been brought to humanity with the pandemic. But we are saying that besides that, it's also true that we have been able to learn and explore many new ways to live our lives thanks to the pandemic. The change in that way was in the right direction. We became aware of the importance of solidarity, the importance of being next to other people, that there was no way to really recover and overcome certain difficulties unless you did it in a community-based approach. So we were working with lots of changes in the general and psychosocial rehabilitation that, thanks to the atmosphere and the attitude of people during the pandemic, at least in our program, people with severe mental illness found a certain and a very strange relief in being able to really see that everybody was struggling with their mental health, not only them, and that everybody was looking for creative and new ways to handle all those difficulties. And on the other hand, it really showed us that somehow we were in the right track, trying to understand that the only possibility to recover was to get the leadership of all the process of recovery. Finally, it's important for us to share with you that in our program we've built what people call, it's not our name, people call the therapeutic town. The origin of this idea of the therapeutic town was this. We used to have many years ago a facility where people recovered from severe mental illness, and it was sort of a therapeutic community somehow. And at a certain point, the mayor of the city that close to this facility visited the program, and he kind of saw the values of a therapeutic community. And then he said, well, these are the values that we should have in any town. So he came with the name of the therapeutic town because he decided to govern his town with the principles of therapeutic community. And this began as a very small experience. It began to grow more and more until this town was really guided by the principles of a therapeutic town. And this was especially the big turnoff happened when the pairing of people in the recovery process from severe mental illness were paired with people who were kind of reintegrating from the old armed illegal groups in Colombia, right, the FARC. And so this pairing of people who had had this experience of reintegrating into society, moving from a therapeutic community to the town, and people who are now reintegrating into society, coming from the jungle and different places in Colombia where they had been doing the war. This pairing of people was probably the best way to really understand how lifestyle was the way, and mutual recovery was the way to move forward. So this is the basic idea that we wanted to share with you today. How, besides the big suffering that came with the pandemic, it's also true that with the pandemic, lots of changes have happened that have allowed us to move in the right direction, especially understanding what mutual recovery is and the power of lifestyles and changing lifestyles. And probably most important of all, this big change in the paradigm of a person who is not changing in the process, or a group of caregivers who are not changing, and other people who are kind of recovering. It's in our experience, it's impossible to recover in that way, and the only way to do it is if we really have a recovery approach in both of them. Thank you very much. So the main takeaway that I would mention for this idea is that amongst the suffering of all the pandemic, we've learned many things, and somehow we've been able to move in the right direction. The takeaway of this presentation would be that now we have to be very careful now to go back. We have to really move forward instead of moving back. We shouldn't expect to go to a world that we saw before the pandemic. That's never going to come again, right? So the world is going to be different, and we should assume that and take advantage of all the lessons learned, and really don't forget them and move forward. And so all that the humanity has suffered with the pandemic has been a good thing somehow, and we will move forward thanks to that.
Good evening, everybody, and good morning and good afternoon in other parts of the world. I'm happy to chair this session all the way from India. I'm afraid I could not come because of the COVID problem. And it's my pleasure to introduce the first speaker. We've just swapped it around because Professor Rao has to go earlier. Professor Medha Rao is the principal of the MS Ramaya Medical College in Bangalore. And she is a person who has worked for many years in the area of medicine, and especially in the area of geriatric medicine. In fact, she heads the Division of Geriatric Medicine at the MS Ramaya Medical College and Research Center. And I've known her for many years in our travel through geriatrics. So it's my great pleasure to welcome Professor Medha Rao to this hybrid WAPR conference, that is International Congress that is happening in Abu Dhabi. And Professor Medha Rao will speak for the next half an hour or so, and then we'll take questions after that. Over to you, Professor Rao.
Thank you. Thank you. This is Professor Medha Rao from Bangalore, India. At the outset, I am very happy to be with all of you amidst eminent speakers and mental health stalwarts. And I couldn't describe it better than saying that this is the most pertinent theme for any conference post-pandemic. So I bring best wishes to all of you. Greetings from Ramaya. And let me just start. In the interest of time, let me run through quickly and share my views. And let me also thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity. The world has been talking about COVID. Needless to say, it's been the worst natural disaster. Of course, the world was taken aback by surprise. It just happened. And it happened and brought with it ignorance and made the population aware that the life cycle of the virus was not known completely. How are we going to deal with it? And therefore, human responses were unpredictable. Everything around the virus, its action, its life cycle, people's response was uncertain. Uncertainty at its worst in every aspect. Knee-jerk responses and quick fixes was the pandemic norm. The pandemic licensed the health professionals, decision makers, policy makers, all the healthcare givers, the license for knee-jerk responses. Central to dealing with the pandemic was save life and livelihood. To make matters worse, variants started emerging. The transmission was rapid, positivity rate was high. Between the first and the second, the mortality was also up. Why were we unprepared? Healthcare delivery system caters to largely known disease profiles like the non-communicable diseases, hypertension, diabetes, malnutrition, obstructive diseases, cancers, etc. Little did people imagine that we would have to have the delivery systems catering to unforeseen catastrophes. And therefore, health spends are really variable across the countries. The developing countries and the low-income countries have kind of minimum health spends. That also results in inadequate health infrastructure. Worse than just having an inadequate health infrastructure, it was more about mismatch between the availability and distribution of resources. When we say resources, it was infrastructure, it was the medications, it was the healthcare personnel availability. And there was a huge demand on healthcare personnel responsibility. Less regulated communication channels. And what did that lead to? It led to misinformation, misperception, misinterpretation by stakeholders, and the entire mess that was created because of information and misperception. It resulted in poor compliance by the public. Next. So what were the challenges faced during the pandemic? Let's categorize the challenges faced during the pandemic into different areas. One was clearly the governance-related challenges, the infrastructure and manpower resource crunch, and this was realized by most countries, even in some of the pockets of the developed countries. There was a demand-supply mismatch of PPEs. It was realized in the pandemic due to the rapid transmission of the disease. The necessity of PPE became exemplified, and people were not ready to produce the required numbers. Varying and extremes of quick fixes like lockdowns and travel restrictions. There was no other way for the governments, and therefore the lockdowns were clamped. And in the lockdowns, it was something like a great hurry, spiraling down of national economy. That was one of the greatest challenges by all the governments. What were the disease-related challenges? Intensification during the surge, unpredictable. Life cycle of the virus not known. Every day, the professionals were hoping that the number of patients crowding into the hospital will drop. Uncertainty got worse by the day. Uncertainty regarding the patient response. How do we manage? What are the treatment protocols? The patient responses were totally unpredictable, especially in the vulnerable group, the elderly group, those with comorbids. The transmission galloped. Positivity rates increased. Peculiarities of vulnerable groups started surfacing, and then emergence of variants also. What did we start figuring out? Breakthrough infections started showing up. The healthcare workers who had very boldly jumped into the warfare with the virus started getting infected. Emergence of range of mental issues happened. There was exhaustion among the frontline workers. There was resistance among the junior frontline workers. The public at large was infused with continuous higher levels of anxiety. Anxiety also led to mental exhaustion, many cases depression. There were varying levels of compliance in the population to preventive measures announced. Government tried its best. One of the kind of established facts was to contain the transmission, the use of COVID-appropriate behavior. Variable levels of adaptation to the new circumstances in the vulnerable group. We have witnessed patients complaining, we use the mask and we are breathless. What was the role of media? Should have been more constructive. Occasionally, there were inappropriate hypes of the negatives of the pandemic, the deaths reported of the pandemic, the vulnerability of the section of population. Then came in the vaccine, and it was felt that the vaccine are now going to give us enough security. But there was scarcity, and also for various reasons, there was some vaccine hesitancy. What was the mental health landscape in the pandemic? And this was global. This was in every pocket of the world. There was fear. There was high level of anxiety. There was depression which followed. There was aggravation of pre-existing illness as well. And this happened across the population. It was global, both the genders, all the age groups, the etiologies were different. Degrees may have been less severe, manageable. But the little ones, when they went on online classes, it was too much to be expected of children to go for online classes for as long as a year. And that was seen as a different kind of mental health issue in the children. Women in particular, homemakers, felt that their roles were carrying more and more responsibility each day. What happened to the elders? Elders were confined to their houses. It created a whole lot of loneliness, helplessness, a lot of times access to their routine medication. The comorbid conditions sometimes got worse. Acute events, acute symptoms in the elders were not being reported to the hospital for want of better access. Each group, therefore, had different etiology of mental health issues and unique problems. Cascading demand on mental health professionals was the obvious consequence. Although I must say that the mental health professionals as a group really stood out, firm, and absolutely helpful. When we talk of preparedness plan for emerging situations and the strategies thereon, this is only pertinent, but let's get wise after having suffered the disaster of the pandemic. And in our opinion, I think we would all be convinced to say multi-pronged strategy would be a safe approach. Now, what do we mean by multi-pronged strategy? In my opinion, it's a good idea to have a targeted approach. Who are the ones who need to be approached to be prepared for that unforeseen event? One, frontline staff. This includes healthcare professionals, the nursing staff, the helpers, the support staff, etc. Schools, students and teachers community. That's another group which needs to be prepared to face and deal with disasters. All the workplaces with employers and employees are another set of population. Homemakers, adults, and elders. What is the other strategy required? Dissemination of knowledge. It could be digital, social media, handouts, print, and telemedicine. This can be multi-pronged because appropriate dissemination is at the center of spreading the knowledge. Setting up of helplines. What are the thrust areas during preparedness? Topping the list has to be the preventive strategies. In which areas? Areas of, number one, augmentation of healthcare resources. We felt the pinch for a long time. Structured training program at different levels. Emphasis on basic mental health issues in the training material, like, for example, coping mechanisms during adversities, adaptation skills to the new, changing, unforeseen circumstances. What will we focus on? It's very pertinent to focus on young population. They are the citizens of tomorrow. Well-prepared and well-armed citizens would be able to deal with crisis more effectively. Therefore, we start early and catch them young as children, adolescent groups in particular. What do I mean by relevant training programs? The training programs need to be structured appropriately for different groups. It cannot be one size fits all. The training programs should be with respect to first response in emergency, overview of the emergencies, encompassing all the possible aspects, overview of mental health issues in anticipation, skills related to being a team member and a team leader. This is absolutely critical. It's not one individual who will be able to deal with. And also not forgetting post-disaster recovery plan. Without a plan, without concerted efforts, we will take a very long time to bounce back. Constitution of a task force is another strategy. And who are the members of the task force? Number one, policy makers, including public health experts, scientists in the field, community leaders, and of course the need for an economist. What will be the task of the task force? The primary task is to identify the needs in the community because this is variable. It's variable between states, it's variable between countries, it's variable between different groups in the population. Resource planning or effective distribution of resources. Identifying the vulnerable groups in the beginning itself so that the policies are specially designed to take care of the vulnerables. And then undertake the training programs, modules for healthcare workers in clinical care, mental health care, preventive strategies. Modules for the population education, which should be age and group specific. Women need to know how they will deal with it, including working women and homemakers. Children to be taught about resilience and skills to cope. Elders and teachers, similar reasons. Module content needs to be uniform to avoid confusion with the scope for improvisation, and the modules need to be certified. This is very important to avoid misinformation, misinterpretation, and chaotic situations. Basics of mental health to be now on, included in the curriculum of schools and colleges. This will go a long way. Treating mental health and strengthening mental health does not happen overnight. Then every workplace, every organization needs to constitute disaster recovery unit at the organization level. The psychological support during the pandemic at workplace, hospitals, and educational institutions. Weekly interactive supporting sessions for frontline workers, doctors, nursing staff, etc. for students of all levels, and to address psychological issues, coordinate with the administration as well. 24/7 helplines are essential for critical interventions. Circulation of psychological resource materials will also help to enhance coping mechanisms. Evaluation and treatment of psychological issues in COVID patients through telepsychiatry has been practiced during the pandemic, and it really helped to boost the morale of the patients. How do we use technology? It's abundantly available, technology in health especially, but the word of caution is it should be used judiciously. It's very good to have technological support during training, dissemination of information, reporting channels, monitoring mechanisms which can be more effective when it's digitalized, debrief and review, and follow-up. Technology for follow-up is extremely useful and has been practiced all over. What's the larger picture of preparedness? Based on the theme of multilateralistic commitment as it was deliberated in the 75th UN General Assembly, what the possibilities for consideration could be? Number one, guidelines for levels of preparedness across all countries. Assessment of preparedness based on country-specific parameters, in addition to general parameters, of course, with respect to especially low-income countries, low and middle-income countries. Relevant and appropriate fund allocation is very, very critical, and research support on a wider scale. Now, what is the research support required for? Because there has been a critical need to have population-based multi-centric research studies with defined phase and timeline for this to be extrapolated on the field and therefore useful. Regulations to suit the new normal regarding the trade and supply chains to enhance self-sufficiency, because it was increasingly realized that there is a lack of self-sufficiency and dependence was also at its worst. But there are other preventive strategies to be considered on a larger scale. Updates on development in knowledge about disease and the emerging situations globally. Today, it's not difficult for knowledge flow across the seas, and updates, timely updates in knowledge with a sound evidence is very good. It's going to be very useful. Epidemiological, population-based clinical demographic data, region-wise and zone-specific, to make use of this big data in deciding policies. Comparative studies between countries and take the good practices between countries. Follow-up studies are very important considering the long COVID situation where we are still groping in darkness for the persistent symptoms. Follow-up studies to see the long-term effect of the virus. Long-term fixes with respect to healthcare infrastructure and resource augmentation and distribution is, of course, obviously the central theme of preventive strategies. What's the role of the counselors? Very critical, as always, and always is going to be supportive. Self-support is also very critical because they are busy supporting the community. Preventive, they are going to look at strengthening of mindsets as well. Even more important is listening between the community and the authorities. The authorities may not be in a position to pick up the new developments. Reporting of information is also very critical for the policymakers. Identification of new emerging needs and trends and report the same. This is where a lot of issues were missed out during the pandemic because the needs were different in different pockets of the public. Support to the counselors is critical. Training and reinforcement with respect to population characteristics and the situation analysis, which is region-wise, and improve their communication skills. Therefore, the strategies are importance of mental health, information reporting to authorities, knowledge about possible emergency scenarios, monitoring, follow-up of counseling outcomes, support for healthcare and safety of counselors. Let me repeat the last one once again. Support for the healthcare staff and safety of counselors is very, very important because we have experienced that healthcare workers and the counselors had to face a lot of adverse situations dealing with the public. Next. Let me now thank all of you, Dr. Matthew in particular. I'm open to take questions and will be happy to answer if there are any questions. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Professor Rao, for that lovely exposition on the COVID situation in India, especially in your institute. And I know that MS Ramaya hospitals was at the forefront in Bangalore, because I think you had one of the largest COVID wards in the number of COVID wards in the city. And thank you also for finishing well on time. I think if you wait on a few minutes, if you can, some questions might come in chat, and then we can probably take them.
Sure.
Zandy will tell me if there are any questions. I don't see any questions right now.
Okay.
So I presume there aren't any. And if there aren't any, Zandy, shall I go on with my talk next? Yeah, so Zandy says no questions at the moment. So I think I will go on with my talk in a few minutes. Let me just share screen. Good evening to everybody in Abu Dhabi, and good morning and good afternoon to other people in other parts of the world. My name is Matthew Verghese. I am an executive board member of the WAPR and also a senior professor of psychiatry. I retired from Neumann's a few months ago, and I'm at present at the adjunct professor at the St. John's Medical College, Bangalore, and I started the geriatric psychiatry clinic there. I have nothing to declare in terms of conflicts. I'm going to talk in the next few minutes about mental health of elders in the COVID pandemic. And Professor Rao's talk just before mine was a good introduction to what happened during the COVID. And we all know that one of the population that suffered a lot was the elders. And I will go the next few slides to talk about that. All of us know that the elder population is growing all over the world, especially in the lower and middle income countries. What was about 8% in terms of census of people over the age of 60 in the last census in 2011 is almost 10% now when we do the census next year. And it's projected that just in 5 years from now, we will have over 177 million people who are over the age of 60. And this is true with many other parts of the world, especially in China and India. With aging comes the issue of various non-communicable diseases, and 45% of the elderly suffer from these chronic illnesses, usually 2 or 3 illnesses like diabetes, hypertension, in addition to vision problems, hearing problems, and also a mental illness. Now, together with this, remember that this is already present. Here we have an added problem and an infection, especially COVID-19. And so you can expect that illnesses that people had, like depression, anxiety, and dementia, which might have already coexisted with some of these physical illnesses, are now compounded with this additional problem of having a viral infection. And mental health problems, even subsyndromal, and we have heard of a lot of subsyndromal problems in the COVID pandemic, that contributes a lot in terms of what happens when it is associated with a physical illness also. Now, mental disorders per se, just in the general population, would be anything from 10 to 20%. And if you have a physical illness, both communicable or non-communicable, this can go up to over 50%. Depression is the commonest. In India itself, we have over 10 million people. Fortunately, it's a remitting treatable illness. And for dementia, we have over 5 million in the country now. Unfortunately, it's a chronic illness. The other problem which we will have, especially so with COVID, is the issue of suicides, which was about 12 per 100,000. Now, the common old age disorders, the psychiatric disorders which everybody knows of, is the cognitive problems, mainly delirium and dementia, especially delirium, which is quite common with the medical illnesses. Alcohol and substance use problems are not uncommon, but the bigger problem is alcohol and also medicines that people use, over-the-counter medicines and other sedatives and hypnotics that people use on their own. Psychosis and mood disorders also is a problem, but more than anything, it is depression, anxiety, and many of the common mental disorders that are a big problem. And in old age, adjustment and bereavement problems are even more so. And you will see that the last two things, adjustment and bereavement problems, sleep and circadian rhythm problems, have been a big issue with regard to the pandemic. This is a slide which tells us about what happens when you have a comorbid depression with a physical illness. You can see with the NCDs that it's anything from 20 to 30%, when the general population is about 5 to 10%. But you see with chronic illnesses, infectious diseases like tuberculosis and HIV/AIDS, that the number of people with depression goes up to almost 50%. Now, the reason for this is that the biological, psychological, and social risk factors are common for these physical and mental illnesses. And we have heard during the COVID, and Professor Rao talked about how poverty, unemployment, deprivation, displacement, and migration because of these disasters is a big issue. And we also have to worry about extremes of age. The children have suffered, the old people have suffered, and adults, especially women and other adults in vulnerable populations, have also suffered. And major physical illnesses is a big problem as far as mental illnesses are concerned. And this can be an added factor, as I mentioned. And of course, various familial and environmental factors which have played a big part in the COVID pandemic. Now, there is a higher risk of COVID-19 in older adults. And from the WHO and CDC data, we know that older adults require hospitalization. About 31 to 50% of older adults require hospitalization. The mortality rates were about 10%. It has come down a bit with some of the newer treatments. The risk is much higher if you're over the age of 85, and it's more with physical chronic diseases like diabetes, heart disease, and so on, lung disease. And these are the trends that are present all over the world, not just for India, but all other parts of the world, in terms of complications related to COVID. The other issue which makes elders more at risk for mental health issues is that elders, they are aware of the risk. They are aware of the fact that they might have respiratory problems or they might die as a result of that. And that itself causes a lot of stress and anxiety in them and causes worsening of other mental health problems. They also have difficulty in accessing essential services due to the distancing restrictions and lockdowns. The less social contact and their poor use of technology, especially being able to get onto social media, which is very useful for maintaining social contact, is something that is another issue which makes them at higher risk. Social isolation, what we need is actually physical distance and not social isolation. But social isolation during the COVID has indeed been a risk factor for depression and anxiety in older people. And worsening of pre-existing medical and psychiatric illness is due to the fact that they are not able to access health care, and also due to the fact that because of things happening in the family, they might have difficulty with regular medication and routine health care. So the added common mental health problems, even if the elder didn't suffer from a psychiatric illness earlier on, are these, and that is fear and worry about your own health or the health of a loved one, changes in the sleep pattern and the duration of sleep, difficulty concentrating, changes in eating pattern, increased use of drugs to relieve sleep or for anxiety, feeling of boredom and feeling of imprisonment in the house. Many elders complain to us that they are just stuck in the house. They can't go out anywhere. They can't read the papers. The things don't come into the house. People don't come and meet them. And so they have anxiety and panic attacks, anxiety related to an uncertainty about the future, and anxiety and fear about death and dying in unnatural circumstances. And many times we all know that when you're admitted to the hospital, you don't have access to relatives, you don't have access to anybody from the outside world. So you die and you're in the hospital alone. Now, worsening of pre-existing mental illnesses is also something that has been known during the pandemic. So depression can worsen, delirium can worsen, dementia, all these usually due to drug default or altered routines. Now, the risk of infection to COVID and its complications might be more for people with cognitive disorders because they cannot understand the guidelines for prevention or for isolation or quarantine. And as I mentioned earlier on, social isolation and poor social contact might be a bigger issue in terms of management and risk. And again, suicide was a problem during the 2003 SARS epidemic, and we are getting to know that this is also a problem in the current pandemic. I just want to give two case finishes to tell you what happened during the pandemic. This is a man who we saw in the ward. We treated him for bipolar depression. He was stable on treatment. He had diabetes and hypertension. Now, one by one, when he was in follow-up at home, different family members contracted COVID-19. In fact, one daughter died, and that family had a problem. There was a son living above him. He and his family contracted COVID. And finally, there was drug default and relapse of symptoms because he was not taking medicines because of all these calamities going on. And then he came to us with mutism and poor food intake. He was brought to the emergency. We advised admission for electroconvulsive therapy. And then when we tested him as per protocol, and we tested the wife who had to stay with him, we found that the wife and the other son who could stay with him had COVID. They tested positive. So they couldn't be admitted. They tried to go to a facility where he could be admitted on his own, but they couldn't afford it. And so finally they had to decline and take domiciliary treatment. Now the family had a lot of financial problems. They couldn't afford to go to a big center which cost money. They had poor social supports. Nobody was supervising his medicines. And the whole family was burnt out because of COVID. And what happened is that in the next 2-3 weeks, the patient could not be fed properly, could not be seen properly. And so we got to know later on that he actually died of poor food intake and depressive stupor. Another example, case unit of a 70-year-old man who we had treated for moderate dementia. He was stable at home, living with his wife, all alone with his wife. He was on treatment with various medicines and also psychosocial therapies. Following the COVID lockdown, he got confined to the house. He could not go out for his walks. His daily routine was impaired. He could not do the exercise and cognitive therapies that he was getting earlier on. Therapists who were visiting the house and other helpers who were visiting the house, that stopped. And patient could not participate in online therapies that we tried to institute. And so he gradually developed behavioral symptoms, became irritable, he was aggressive with his wife, there was some confusion, and we had to put him on antipsychotics and sedatives, but that again did not help. And the wife was really very distressed because both of them could not follow the usual protocols that were there. So these are two very common examples that I've shown you of a person who suffered from dementia and a person who suffered from depression. The other problem that we have faced is not elders who are living with their families, which is quite common in India, but elders, a smaller percentage of elders who are living in old age homes or living on their own in the cities. Now, these elders are vulnerable for mental health problems and they have a risk of COVID-19 infection. And many of the times in the homes that they're living in, because of constraints of staff and space and challenges of implementing preventive measures, Now they might have a propensity to get COVID-19. I know a couple of old age homes where I consult, where one person got infected, somebody came from outside, and then there were 15, 20 people, older people in the home who were actually infected, and we had 1 or 2 people who actually died. Of course, this has poor effect on the mental health of other inmates also, and the existing poor nutrition and poor self-care adds to the issues that we face. Now, there can be challenges with COVID with regard to drug therapies, psychological therapies, and we need to be watchful when somebody gets COVID to see what are the medical conditions that you need to treat, what drug interactions are there. Are we having problems with poor compliance because of forgetfulness? What about dosages and frequency? The need to explain, supervise, and advise. And then with therapies, being able to do structuring the day, getting them to do new ways of coping, and doing brief supportive therapy or psychoeducation might actually be quite challenging. We also have caregiver issues. So because of altered daily routines and work from home schedules, we know that there's a problem, especially if you have children at home, because children are not going to school. They have online classes. They had online classes. So the mother is working, the father is working, older person is left alone. The child is being supervised by the adult. The child is having online classes. The adults are having work from home. So finally, it's the older person who's left out. And as a result, there are financial issues, legal issues. People have lost their jobs. The people don't have money. A lot of caregiver problems and burden. And so, directly or indirectly, it can lead to elder abuse or even elder neglect. And so, many times, they're not able to access respite care. We're not able to do support and therapy for the caregivers. And we all know that these caregivers of people who have problems, mental problems, themselves at high risk for physical and emotional morbidity. So in the next 10 minutes or so, I will talk about systemic strategies for action, and I will talk about how these strategies can be at different levels: national, community level, institutional level, family level, and individual level. And some of you saw in some sessions this WHO pyramid of care. This has been adapted by the Interagency Standing Committee for in the face of psychosocial support for emergency settings, and this is something that we can see it can be done during COVID too. At the bottom of the pyramid is things that involve self-care and strengthening of community resources and lay counselors and so on. You don't want to get to the top of the pyramid, which is intensive in terms of specialized care and focused therapies. So we have prevention programs in terms of, everybody knows this, universal, selective, and indicated prevention programs. And I will discuss each of these very quickly. Selective interventions are basically for the targeted vulnerable groups, so elders, adults, non-vaccinated people, people with chronic disease, and also children. And the indicated preventions are basically for people who have some disease in the past, but to identify early symptoms and to maintain continuous care with with help from mental health professionals. For universal prevention, now most countries, and we also have the same thing in terms of having prevention and control measures in terms of legislation and policy. We have a national disaster management agency which actually swung into action, and it was very active in all the states. Each state has a disaster management agency. And so there was enough done in the public health sphere in terms of early detection, testing, tracing, isolation, and large-scale educational campaigns about telling everybody about physical distancing, masking, hygiene, and so on. So these policies and practice are indeed very important so that you can implement the other aspects of preventive care. So we all become familiar with all these things about protecting high-risk persons and communicating and sharing all this information to the general public. So we are all familiar with these universal preventive strategies. These are some infographics from the WHO, how to look after yourself in terms of eating well, exercising regularly, sleeping adequately, keeping in touch with other people on the phone, emails, and by video conferences, and minimizing news intake. So you don't want to hear bad news. You don't want to see the bodies burning and people being taken to the mortuary, and you want to follow valid, authentic sites of the Ministry of Health or the ICMR or the WHO. Again, aspects to mind your mind, remaining connected, listening to music, remaining busy, being with the family, helping others, and be actually aware of what's happening with your own mental health. Now, selective preventions, as I mentioned, these are people, elders at risk, people who have chronic diseases like diabetes, hypertension, or other mental disorders. So you want to take care and see that these people are protected, and you want to pick up illnesses in them if they are going to have any mental symptoms. You also want to take care of the adults who are in the homes, because if there are adults in the homes who have chronic disease and not vaccinated, or who have a prior mental illness, they might add on to the problem of elders, just like you would have with youth or children. So with this population, you can actually plan specific targeted interventions in terms of self-care, care for management of fear, stress, boredom, anxiety. You can have counseling programs which can be done by lay counselors. You can actually tell families about differing hospital visits for routine and minor issues. You can get people to do teleconsultation on the phone or video conference. And this is something that has become very popular in the last 1.5 to 2 years, as with conferences like we're doing in hybrid mode. You need to establish helplines so that older people and family members can approach doctors or physicians for minor health issues. You need to increase awareness about mental health issues. And so use social media and email and SMS to talk about these issues with older adults and family members. You need to utilize community health workers, trained social workers to screen for mental health issues, especially at old age and residential homes. And if there are psychiatric emergencies like suicide, agitation, catatonia, food refusal, or delirium, they require evaluation in the hospital emergency setting with the usual precautions. Now, you can advise, these counselors can advise home-based interventions to reduce risk of infection. So we all know about staying at home, avoiding visits of other relatives, and many times we find that people who come in from outside are the ones who bring in the infection and give it to the people at the home. It's not usually people who come from the hospital, but other people who come in to help us or come in contact with us, vendors and other people. They're the ones who, if you're not careful, they bring the infection home. Important to take the usual medicines for physical illness and for the existing mental condition, and to be aware of new symptoms. Have medication stop for at least a month, because in case there is a lockdown and you can't go out, you can't get medicine, that's a problem. We all know these universal precautions of mask, distance, avoiding contact, and so on. And of course, being aware of early warning signs of COVID or the mental illness. And you need to have a plan as to who you would contact if you develop any symptoms. Now, home-based psychological interventions to manage anxiety is something that is, again, can easily be done. So you can advise taking breaks from watching, reading, listening to news on social media, using the gadgets only for work or socialization or recreation. You can ask people to do meditation or yoga, taking deep breaths, stretch, do some light exercise at home, getting enough sleep, avoiding medicines for sleep or anxiety, practicing social distance, but not social isolation, connecting with others. So we've had situations where there have been Zoom calls over families or different parts of the world. Friends have connected over the world. Alumni have connected over the world. We get everybody to get involved in house-related matters, everybody, even the elder person, and do a lot of enjoyable activities together, listening to music, games, telling stories, and so on. Other psychological interventions that can be advised is you need to accept that uncertain times in the future is something that we have to accept. Acknowledge what you're feeling without judging yourself. Focus on things in your control. That means focus on daily routine. Focus on things that you have to do in terms of meals, exercise, sleep, self-care, and so on. Don't control other people's behaviors. Talk to elders and ask them what's going on, what's happening. Allocate roles and responsibilities in the house. And remember how you tackled stress in the past using methods that work for you. Now, finally, indicated preventions are when there is manifestation of psychological issues. So you need to look at early identification of rapid changes in mood, anger spells, crying spells, poor memory, poor concentration. People are in their job might perform badly. There might be absenteeism, reporting intoxicated for work, or having impaired physical capability and daily functioning. And so this can be helped with. This is especially common especially in health situations where you can have a buddy system, counselors, coffee shop discussions or group discussions, and counseling helplines. Mental health professional-based interventions are again brief psychological interventions by health professionals, giving appropriate information, guidance, as I mentioned already, doing relaxation exercises and supportive exercises, and visiting psychiatrists or hospitals if necessary for emergencies. And in conclusion, older adults, as I mentioned, are more vulnerable, both physically and mentally, psychologically. Systemic interventions by all stakeholders are extremely important. We need to work together to ensure that elders' health, well-being, and concern is taken care of. And simple interventions by family members, health workers can really help. We all know the usual dictum of having a regular routine, following COVID protocols, accepting uncertainties, and using coping methods that worked in the past. And with this, thank you very much. And I would now like to stop share and also invite the next speaker, who's Professor Angelo Barbato. And Professor Angelo is actually a very well-known psychiatrist, epidemiologist, and psychotherapist. He's been in the thick of things during the COVID, and also earlier on in Italy during the mental health revolution. Since 2006, he's a senior scientist at the Mental Health Research Unit of the Department of Neuroscience at the Mario Negri Institute in Milan. His research are mainly in psychiatric epidemiology, outcome studies, mental health services, research, psychosocial rehabilitation, with special reference to mood and psychotic disorders. He's been working as a psychiatrist in the hospital and community services in Italy from 1974 to 2006. Since 1995, he's been an advisor to the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse of the WHO, and led hundreds of workshops and seminars, training courses on mental health services, and transfer of research findings all over the world. He's been a member of the executive board of the WAPR, and I'm pleased to say that he was president of our association from 2003 to 2006. And it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Barbato, who I've known for many years. Angelo, take it away.
Okay, my presentation will be about a big problem we are facing in the mental health field, which is the crisis. The crisis due to a stalemate in psychopharmacology research. This is a big problem because, as you know, the drug treatment is a mainstay of mental health care all over the world. And psychotropic drugs are widely used, not only in specialist mental health sector, but also in primary care and so on. And so this is a big problem, the fact that we are facing a crisis, which is a crisis in terms of research findings, in terms of funding, in terms also of professional attitude towards the drug treatment, and users' attitude towards drug treatment is a big problem. This a warning about this issue has been raised first about 10 years ago. And it has been raised in this paper published in Schizophrenia Bulletin in 2012. And it's important to note that the author of this my presentation is about a big problem faced by the mental health field everywhere, and namely the crisis in psychopharmacology research. And this is a problem affecting the psychiatry, the mental health care all over the world, because you know that drug treatment are a mainstay of treatments in every mental health facility and everywhere. And so this problem is likely to affect deeply the field of mental health. The warning about the crisis, the impending crisis in psychopharmacology research has been raised 10 years ago, about 10 years ago. In this paper, I'm quoting here a paper published in the Schizophrenia Bulletin in 2012. And it's important to note that this paper was written by Christian Fibiger, not a psychiatrist, not a mental health professional, a psychologist, not a researcher, but a manager. Christian Fibiger was at that time a top manager of the neuroscience branch of Eli Lilly, and he was aware of the fact that the drug companies were starting to leave the field of research in psychiatry, just for a number of reasons. First of all, the disappointment with the results of important studies showing lack of efficacy or reduced efficacy in new drugs introduced in the market, but only because of the misconduct of research and commercial misconduct of drug companies, leading to a number of problems, particularly in the United States. So this was the crisis. It was a crisis of research in terms of findings, crisis of funding because of lack of private and public funds for psychopharmacology studies in psychopharmacology. Was also a problem related to the low confidence of users and of the public in terms of the use of psychiatric drugs, psychotropic drugs. But there is a contradiction, because this was together with the marketing, with the success marketing. In last 50 years, the marketing in psychopharmacology had a big success through the introduction of antipsychotics, so-called second-generation antipsychotics, and so-called second-generation antidepressants. Also, in the following years, all these drugs showed no benefits in comparison with the old ones. The psychiatrists were at first excited in having a new way to fight mental disorders. But I'll show you some important aspects about marketing, the results of the marketing of the psychotropic drugs. Okay, I'll show you now some aspect of the mismanagement by the pharmaceutical companies. Pharmaceutical companies, particularly in the field of psychiatrists, set up in the last years a number of strategies to manipulate the market, through intervention in publications, through ghostwriting, and through funding research to be published in important journals, through intervention with the regulation authorities, to intervention through aggressive marketing campaign, and through the training of professionals, and through also the the influence on patient and caregiver association. All those problems led to a number of legal problems, and you see here in this slide I'm showing you the financial penalties related to the marketing of second generation antipsychotics paid by top drug companies in the United States. BMS, Eli Lilly, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson paid millions of dollars for a number of malpractice, including illegal promotion, ghostwriting, marketing for off-label prescriptions, and so on. So there has been also a problem with the penalties and with the bad image of drug companies, particularly in the area of psychiatry, because of a number of aspects of the psychiatric fields. And I have to say that the problems are deeply rooted in the biases in psychopharmacology clinical trials. And this is a responsibility of the scientific community, of the academic community. Here it is a list of the biases and the problems shown by psychopharmacology clinical trials, producing results unreliable results, and overemphasizing the benefits of drugs through a number of manipulations of the design of clinical trials. And this is still a problem, and this is a big problem, and this is an example. This was from a paper published by some American researchers who had access to FDA files in which all trials presented for marketing authorization are stored, and they had access to the results of the trials, and they found that there was a big difference between published and unpublished trials. And as you can easily see, the effect size of the difference between antidepressant drug and placebo is very huge, very huge. I mean, there is some evidence of difference, not really huge, but I mean some evidence of difference in the published trials. Here you see the blue bar, and a tiny difference between antidepressants and placebo in the unpublished trial. So you see the red bar. So that means that we can, unfortunately, that not only the difference between antidepressant and placebo are small, but they should be considered even smaller if we look at this publication bias. And this is the responsibility of the companies, but it's also the responsibility of the scientific community. But if you look at the published evidence, even looking simply at the published evidence, this is a meta-analysis, a very recent meta-analysis of antidepressant, second generation antidepressants versus placebo in patients with major depressive episode. And this is a systematic review and meta-analysis, and you see the but if you look at the difference in terms of points of the most widely used rating scale for depression, in terms of remission, and in terms of the difference, the range of the difference, you see the difference are very small. Differences very small. They are significant from a statistical point of view, but they are very small and probably not relevant from a clinical point of view. And this can be also, if you look at the comparison still in the area and field of depression treatment, at the difference between psychotherapy and drug therapy, you see that actually there is no difference in terms of remission rates between psychotherapy versus drug therapy or combination therapy. So there is no difference at all. But there are differences in terms of dropout rates. So that means that is a very recent meta-analysis published last year by a group of Dutch researchers studying carefully studying clinical trials. So the problem is there is no difference in terms of for short-term treatment between the results of psychotherapy and the result of drug therapy, but the problem is the psychotherapy is very seldom available in mental health care, while the drug therapy is very common for people with depressive disorders. So this is a contradiction. Probably when I was preparing this presentation, I had the opportunity to have a look at the recently published edition of the NICE guidelines on treatment of depression, and I see that even there is some change in emphasis on use of antidepressant drugs. So things could change in the near future, but I have to say, unfortunately, that the professionals are far from accepting, to my opinion, this issue. And the problem with the antidepressants is not only that the use of antidepressants is related to the marginal benefits, but the use, unfortunately, the use of the antidepressant drug is very long-term. You see, half of the antidepressant users in UK have been taking antidepressants for more than 2 years, and for more than 5 years in the USA. Therefore, not only they are less effective than we think in the short term, but they are used on long-term basis. And another issue has been raised, whether or not the initial treatment choice is influencing not only short-term outcome, but also long-term outcome. So whether the initial choice of starting treatment on a depressive episode with the psychotherapy or with the drug, with antidepressant drug, is leading to some change in the long-term outcome. And this is again another meta-analysis coordinated by Professor Furukawa from Japan and leading a group of researchers from all over the world. And they are very clear in their conclusion. They specify that initiating the treatment of a major depressive episode with psychotherapy or with the combination therapy may lead to better results in terms of a sustained response at 1 year in comparison with pharmacotherapy. But combined therapy obviously is as effective as psychotherapy, but is carrying side effects, as you know, adverse effects and so on. So the conclusion, the author's conclusion is that the finding of this study are strong enough to put in question the currently dominant practice relying on antidepressant into perspective, especially in the context of increasingly prevalent and protracted prescription. And the professionals should be advised, and patients should be advised that they should seriously consider psychotherapy as their initial treatment choice, at least for moderate to severe depression. Clinical guidelines should be updated accordingly. And as I said before, probably NICE is already changing its prescription, and this could be followed by other guidelines as well. We have to consider also that not only there are adverse effects of antidepressants, but the antidepressants carry withdrawal syndrome, like serious withdrawal syndrome. Again, an updated review published a few years ago showed that almost 60% of people on long-term antidepressant treatment is facing serious withdrawal effects when stopping the drugs. And among such effects, there are also the newly recognized post-SSRI sexual dysfunction. So the long-term treatment carry problems in its own. Okay, but this is the picture of what's happening all over the world in terms of the sales of antidepressants Here are the data from OECD statistics from say, a sample of countries all over the world. Unfortunately, the United States are not providing recent data to OECD, but as you can easily see, in all countries, the sales of antidepressants has been on the rise in the last 10 years, despite any information coming from the trials, coming from research. So it looks like the professionals are not following, at least so far, the findings of research, because in all countries, the rates of these rates in terms of divided daily doses per 1,000 population are rising all over the world and are reaching alarming proportion and raising, for example, more than 10%. Those figures means that more than 10% of the population every day is taking antidepressants. Okay, so this was for the antidepressants. So let's go to the antipsychotics. This is again another meta-analysis in considering even in the field of antipsychotics the difference between published and unpublished trials. The black line here represent the results of unpublished trials. So trials presented to the FDA for pre-marketing registration and not published. Unfortunately, I'm aware that this is not enough clear, this slide, but you can see here the difference between effect size of difference between antipsychotics and placebo in terms of reduction of psychotic symptoms, and the effect size is 0.47 in published trials, but drops to 0.23 in unpublished trials. So again, by a publication bias leading to misinformation about the magnitude, the size of the difference between antipsychotic and antipsychotic effects. This is less relevant than the difference between published and unpublished trials with antidepressants, but it's still a relevant problem. And there are other big problems concerning the antipsychotic long-term treatment. And this again is a very important systematic review showing the evidence of the association between neurodegeneration and medication, and the amount of medication taken all over the life in patients with psychosis, and there is evidence of some number of neurodegenerative problems, in particularly the problem with in gray matter, the decrease of gray matter, decrease in cortical thickness. In summary, there is evidence that at least in some cases, the amount of antipsychotics taken during the lifetime is associated with serious problems in the brain. And there is a suggestion by neuroscientists and neurobiologists saying that this could be a cost. So the reduction of psychotic symptoms by positive psychotic symptoms by antipsychotic drugs could be related to the changes in brain metabolic homeostasis, leading to a number of damages in the authors say tissue remodeling, with reduced gray matter volume, particularly in the frontal and temporal lobes, and reduction of cortical thickness. And this could account with the somewhat paradoxical effect of long-term use of antipsychotics, because the long-term use of antipsychotics, they have an effect of reducing psychotic symptoms and also preventing relapse, but could be associated with the poor cognitive performance, blunted affect, and this social disability in the long term. And this could possibly be an effect, at least in a subsample of patients, strictly associated to the cost of so-called symptom normalization. And if you look again, another problem, the use of antipsychotics in elderly, irrespective of the reason for use of antipsychotics in elderly people, elderly means over 60. This is again a meta-analysis, as you see, a systematic review, and you see there is almost a twice mortality, standardized mortality ratio between people not elderly taking antipsychotics and elderly not taking antipsychotics. All studies show, as you can easily see, all studies showed here, you see showed these negative results. The only exception is an Italian study, just one, in which there was no difference in terms of mortality, standardized mortality ratio. And this, unfortunately, here there is a mistake in this slide. I have to say that I failed to correct it. So the CATI, as you know, the CATI most important study in antipsychotic treatment compared the 4 second-generation antipsychotics, olanzapine, quetiapine, risperidone, and ziperidone, with an old antipsychotic, perfenadine, unpatented, and no difference in terms of efficacy and adverse effects. But the difference is that, please forgive me for this mistake here, that at that time when the study was realized, the average monthly cost of first generation antipsychotic was $50, and the average monthly cost for second generation was $600, without any difference in terms of efficacy. And even the researcher who performed the CATI study noted that effective antipsychotic treatment in terms of the reduction of symptoms was not coupled by subjective well-being in schizophrenia, and they put into question the use of reduction of psychotic symptoms as the only important outcome indicators, not only in psychopharmacology, but broadly speaking in psychiatric treatment. Okay, some authors try to address the issue of people refusing to take refusing drugs, people with schizophrenia refusing drugs. This is a study by Morrison. It has been replicated recently, in which a sample of people with schizophrenia refusing drug treatment, despite being advised that they needed drug treatment. They have been offered alternative treatment, been randomized to cognitive therapy or social support, intensive, so personalized social support, and still without taking drugs. As can you easily see, there was an improvement of a significant percentage of such patients, even without drugs. Therefore, there are alternatives to drug treatment that could be explored. What can we do? The issues are very complex. We could do something in various areas related to research in psychopharmacology. First of all, we should promote basic research in neuroscience, because there is no evidence that any drug used in psychiatry is related to underlying neurobiological mechanisms in psychosis or in depression, and even in other problems such as ADHD. And if there is no indication of an underlying of a known underlying neurobiological problem, it's difficult to find drugs targeting such conditions. So we need, and probably all psychiatric disorders are heterogeneous in nature. So we need to promote basic research. We need regulatory agencies such as EMA and FDA should not accept clinical registration of drugs with so-called Me Too drugs, with the same mechanism and the same characteristics than the old ones, and they should promote research in drugs with novel mechanism of action. More public funds should be allocated to independent research, and full transparency of study data and full publication of the study results should be required by regulatory agencies. The huge conflicts of interest in the psychiatric field should be challenged. I remind you that almost large numbers of clinicians working and researchers working in this area has been always funded by drug companies. Now drug companies are leaving the field, so maybe this attitude will change, but so far has been done like this. And also training of psychiatrists is heavily subsidized by drug companies. Study plagued by biases and misconduct should be rejected by journals, rejected for presentation in Congress and so on. And I showed you previously a list of biases in psychopharmacology research. More funds should be allocated to non-pharmacological interventions in the long term, and the long-term observational studies should be conducted in real world, because many drugs are prescribed for years. And the clinicians, psychiatrists, psychologists, and broadly speaking, mental health professionals should be better trained in methodology of critical assessment of trial results. So this can be done. There are some indications that things could change. Maybe there are some suggestions, but I'm not saying that this is something which could change the picture of psychopharmacology, but could be something to be researched. Also, these are old drugs, psychedelic drugs. They are not very recent ones. Are old drugs, but could be possibly used for integrating psychotherapy, and this could be a new frontier for research. But we need to be careful. We need to wait for more research and more results. So I'm sorry to have given a dismal picture, but we have to face this problem, and we have to face this problem as professionals and as researchers. And so I thank you, and this is the end of my presentation.
So thank you, Angelo, for a very interesting presentation. I think you highlighted what people have been realizing now, that all drugs in fact seem to be producing dependence, including antidepressants, and you can't get people off them. And it's a big problem, because as you say, the number of people taking these medicines are only increasing. And that is indeed a big problem. I had a question to ask you. Do you think that the research in psychopharmacology in the last 2 years during the COVID pandemic has come down, you think, in psychopharmacology?
I mean, research in psychopharmacology, as I said previously, has been plagued by a number of biases and also by misconduct, I have to say. However, my feeling anyway is that there is researchers are more cautious now than were before in the area of research. in research, in psychopharmacology research. And they are calling for changes in the way in which research is realized. Is the professional community, to my opinion, which is lagging behind. This is a big problem. We, as professionals, are lagging behind. We are not considering the evidence of small effects of many drugs we are using. We are not considering the fact that the long-term use in most ways, at least for the more common use of drugs, is full of problems. And we are not considering that non-pharmacological treatment should be used more in our field. I am confident that something could change because, as I said, the change in NICE guidelines concerning the use of antidepressant is welcome. Anyway, it's our responsibility as trainers and as researchers and as leading professionals to be more assertive in this field. And thank you anyway.
Thank you, Angelo. Anybody has any other questions? I can see, I think, a couple of other people here. I don't see any questions in chat. And so maybe we should end if there are no other discussions. Thank you very much. And I think everybody had a very interesting first day of the conference. And I think we look forward to the next 2 days of a very interesting hybrid, the first hybrid WPR Congress.
Thank you very much, Matthew.
Hope to see you tomorrow, Angelo. Nice to meet you.
Okay.
I hope you could have met in person, but unfortunately. Okay, bye-bye.
Thanks.
Good night.